Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Coming soon to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Season 2 of the Nothing But Nylon podcast with Gabe and Tyreek, covering all things Ohio State men's basketball.
Bringing you news, analysis, and more. Episodes will be coming to you every Tuesday starting November 1st. We hope to see you soon on Nothing But Nylon. Peace.
Hey everyone, my name is Jack Murphy, and I'm one of the co-hosts of The Nightcap, a new podcast here at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Join me and my co-host Sam Cerrone every week for a discussion about the current state of sports and an interview with one of the top members of the Ohio State athletic community. We have a new podcast every Wednesday, and you can get us on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Go Bucks!
Zachary Rodier here, host of 614 Check on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's Podcast Network. We're the only dedicated podcast talking about the Ohio State men's and women's ice hockey teams and the Columbus Blue Jackets. In each episode, we will cover everything you need to know in the NHL and NCAA surrounding the 614 hockey area code, and we will have exclusive interviews with the best 614 hockey personalities, including players, media personnel, and journalists. Listen to 614 Check, linktr.ee/614check, 4check spelled FORECHECK. Hope to see you there.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around, will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Coming soon to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Season 2 of the Nothing But Nylon podcast with Gabe and Tyreek, covering all things Ohio State men's basketball.
Bringing you news, analysis, and more. Episodes will be coming to you every Tuesday starting November 1st. We hope to see you soon on Nothing But Nylon. Peace.
Hey everyone, my name is Jack Murphy, and I'm one of the co-hosts of The Nightcap, a new podcast here at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Join me and my co-host Sam Cerrone every week for a discussion about the current state of sports and an interview with one of the top members of the Ohio State athletic community. We have a new podcast every Wednesday, and you can get us on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Go Bucks!
Zachary Rodier here, host of 614 Check on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's Podcast Network. We're the only dedicated podcast talking about the Ohio State men's and women's ice hockey teams and the Columbus Blue Jackets. In each episode, we will cover everything you need to know in the NHL and NCAA surrounding the 614 hockey area code, and we will have exclusive interviews with the best 614 hockey personalities, including players, media personnel, and journalists. Listen to 614 Check, linktr.ee/614check, 4check spelled FORECHECK. Hope to see you there.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
There you go.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond.
From Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, it's the College Football Playoff Semifinal on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio as the number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes take on the top-ranked reigning national champions, Georgia Bulldogs. Hi, everybody, and welcome into Countdown to Kickoff. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner will also be joined in a little bit by Matt Goldman and Kole Emplit. And Caleb, we're here in Atlanta. We've been here all week, but it comes down to this. Ohio State and Georgia in a win or go home battle between two blue bloods in college football.
Yeah, of course, the winner extends their season by a game, going to the national championship, and the loser goes home to watch that very same game from their couch. No team wants to be in that latter scenario. They all want to find themselves in SoFi Stadium a week from Monday, and that is what's on the line. Of course, a win, a loss for Georgia. You want to protect the undefeated season. For Ohio State, you want to wipe the bad taste out of your mouth from Michigan, but also that ticket to the national championship and being able to host that oh-so-important piece of hardware is a big incentive as well.
Ohio State got into this as the last team into the college football playoff alongside Georgia, Michigan, and TCU. They got in, Caleb, by doing something they had to do. They couldn't control what they could control. And with USC losing the Pac-12 title, the Buckeyes slotted right in at that number 4 spot, and they have unfinished business.
And Ohio State hated that. When you're a team at their caliber and you have to depend on somebody else to get the job done, that hurts to be sitting home and watching that. I don't know what exactly was said in the locker room at Ohio State because, of course, I am not a member of the team, but you know it wasn't anything good. And we've heard that they were all watching the game, that USC-Utah game, cheering on the Utes as much as possible. But that really hurt them, all jokes aside, that they made during that last press conference. And this is where they wanted to be. They wanted the shot, they wanted to prove themselves, and they have that opportunity tonight.
The Buckeyes won all of their 11 games in the regular season by double digits. But in the final week of the regular season, they fell to Michigan after a tough second half and a game in which they gave up 5 different touchdowns for 45 or more yards, and they fell to the Wolverines by a final score of 45-23.
Yeah, that last game, of course, an anomaly when you look at the wins and loss chart on the season and, of course, on the scoreboard as well. Ohio State had no problem with their opponents this year. The one that stands out of that, though, is Penn State. which of course they had to decide that victory in the last bits of the fourth quarter, 4 touchdowns in 7 minutes being the stat there to blow out, or eventually at the end of it looked like they blew out the Nittany Lions. But that's something that they've wanted all year. They've wanted to look like the best team in college football. Michigan, they did not look like that team, which is why they fell out and weren't in control of their own destiny. But again, another opportunity to write the headlines tonight.
And of course, Michigan in a battle right now with TCU. The winner of that game will take on the winner of this game, in which we are just about 35 minutes away from opening kick between Ohio State and Georgia. Let's talk about the Bulldogs. Ohio State is in their 5th appearance in the college football playoff. This will be the 3rd for Georgia, but they're coming off a national title.
Yeah, the Georgia Bulldogs going to be one of the first teams, if they can go on to win these next 2 games, to win back-to-back titles, of course, back when Alabama did it in 2014-15. So they're looking to do something that not many teams have done before. Of course, the first instance that this would have been in the college football playoff era of a team repeating since that game. But they're doing a task that is very difficult to do, but it's not impossible. And especially for a team as powerful as the Bulldogs, they could do it with these next 2 games.
What makes it so tough to repeat as national champions?
Well, Kirby Smart won't like that I said this, but you have a target on your back. You're the team that everybody wants to take care of, and he won't like it because he's been said earlier in the year, and even right after that national championship victory, he said, "No, we are not hunted at Georgia. We are always the hunters." So he would not like that I said that they had a target on their back, but it's true. Every team wants the top dog, quite literally here, the Bulldogs, top dog, pun very much intended. But everybody wanted them. Everybody wants to take away that glory. Everybody wants it for themselves. And that's why it's so hard, is because, sure, you have every team every season in your conference looking to get you, every team who you're rivals with looking to get you. But when you're the number 1 team and you're coming off a national championship, everybody wants you.
And Georgia's 13-0 this season, coming into the Peach Bowl for the first time in program history. They also are coming off a 50-30 win over LSU in the SEC title game. They allowed over 500 passing yards to Jaden Daniels and the Tigers. However, Georgia's defense was no slouch, and their offense was just as good. What sticks out to you about the Dogs?
Well, I think it was a tale of 2 halves in that game, and not to mention, it was played right here on this same turf. So the last 2 games that Georgia will have played were right here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. But you look at where all the rushing yards, for example, is one that sticks out in my mind. 19 rushes for under 50 yards. 1 rush, all of those yards. The other 18, not a single one on the positive direction. So to see that, yes, that game was close at the start, but then ended up in a 20-point deficit, I think that's the scariest thing if you're an Ohio State fan looking at this Georgia team, that they are able to flip a switch like that and become a different team, a more scarier team in that second half.
About 32 minutes counting down to kickoff here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Tyler Danburg and Caleb Spinner getting you ready for Ohio State and Georgia. You mentioned something in that great breakdown, partner, and you talked about the proximity from Athens to Atlanta, Georgia. It's about a 72-mile drive. Is that an advantage for Georgia, or does Ohio State see this as an opportunity to get their fans involved, the ones who made the trek down from Columbus and beyond?
Well, I don't know if you're intentionally trying to get me to say it, but I will. I've referred to this stadium as the Georgia Summer Home for a little while. This is as close to a second location as they get. They've already played twice here, and they've won both times. This is their 3rd time this season. And a little fun fact here that I know they're going to love, because Georgia Tech being their rivals, they love to get one up over the Yellow Jackets. If the Georgia Bulldogs win tonight, it'll be their third win in this building in the city of Atlanta. They would have more than the Yellow Jackets, who will call this city home this season too. The Yellow Jackets have 2. It would be number 3 wins in Atlanta for Georgia.
Just tells you how good of a season it's been for Kirby Smart and his Georgia Bulldogs in his 7th year. Now, Mercedes-Benz Stadium has been open since 2017. It seats 71,000, but Caleb, due to the high demand of this game, Mercedes-Benz Stadium has added some extra seats in the upper deck.
Yeah, they have. So we were being told by Mike Bassford, one of the assistant SIDs at Ohio State, Sports Information Director, for those of you who don't know, at Ohio State. He backs up the great Jerry Emig. But he was telling us that this stadium is usually fit to hold 71,000 people. But if you're watching the TV broadcast, unfortunately we're unable to show you the field on this YouTube stream. And of course on the radio we can't show you anything. But if you're watching TV along with us, you'll see up in the upper levels some black seats. Those were additional ones that were set up in order to accommodate the increased rush or the increased demand for tickets here. So now with these new seating arrangements put in, this can hold 78,000, and every one of those seats is going to be filled tonight. It is a sold-out game.
The extra seats are black. The other remaining seats are red because this is the home of the Atlanta Falcons and Atlanta United FC of the MLS. Let's get you filled in on what this environment is like. It's already been filled up, and I'm sure there will be a lot more people. The Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl logo is at midfield with the Chick-fil-A logo on both sides of that midfield design, going from the 20 to the 30-yard lines on both the left and the right of the midfield logo. The college football playoff golden football logo is on both 25-yard lines on the far side of the field and on the left sides of each end zone. The Ohio State block Ohio State lettering is on the end zone to our left, and the white painted Georgia end zone is to our right. Mercedes-Benz Stadium has the glass ceiling, that gorgeous retractable roof, and then it has the glass to our left, which Ryan Day, the head coach of Ohio State, was saying can play a factor in catching the football, whether that's a ball in the air, a ball that's been punted, but because of the sun contrast, that can play a role. However, the sun is down, so it shouldn't be too much of a factor.
Yeah, I don't want to say he forgot what time kickoff was tonight, but at 8 o'clock, there ain't no sun out there, Ryan. It's all just a black screen, and maybe that helps, though, because I understand that black and brown are very close to the same shade, but when it's coming at you, I mean, we're staring right now. I think we should tell the viewers where we are. We are standing with the Georgia end zone right down in front of us, facing the block end zone over in front of us on the far side. So I get a pretty good look at what that kick returner is going to get, at least when the ball's coming toward us. I'm pretty certain I could see a football pretty clearly up against that glass pane. Now, the lights of the stadium, this giant circular jumbotron, they might throw that and make that a little bit more difficult of a challenge. And, of course, I'm not the most coordinated individual anyways, so whether I'd be able to catch it is up to my own skill. But that's certainly not going to be as much of a challenge as if they were playing this at the 4 o'clock game.
Here come the Georgia Bulldogs out of the tunnel to our right in the red jerseys, the red helmets with the block G in black and the silver pants with red, white, and black stripes. Champions of the SEC, and on the other end, out come the Ohio State Buckeyes out of the tunnel to our left in the trademark patented silver shiny helmets, the white jerseys with the scarlet numbers and letters, the silver pants with the throwback silver, scarlet, and white stripes on the shoulder pads, which is only exclusively for college football playoff games. Now, looking back at this game, Caleb, we are about 26 minutes away from the opening kick, but balance is one thing that strikes anybody who has tuned in to our coverage this week, focusing on the balance of both these two teams. Ohio State and Georgia have top 15 total offenses and total defenses.
Yeah, but there's a common weak point, I'll say, a common Achilles heel in both of these giants, and that's in the secondary. Denzel Burke has been shaky for the Buckeyes all year long. He gave up a few big plays against Michigan that he'll want to right the ship from. But then on the other side of it, you have Keely Ringo, the defensive back number 5 for Georgia, who was a linebacker, I beg your pardon, out of high school, convinced Kirby Smart to make him a cornerback. And that was one, as we were talking to Georgia media up until this game a few hours ago when we got to the stadium, they said that matchup against Marvin Harrison Jr., who objectively is one of the best receivers in college football, that's going to be one to watch all night, and it could be one that the Georgia defensive back is on the wrong side of, or at least the losing side of, in more instances than not.
Let's talk about Marvin Harrison Jr., the second-year wide receiver out of Philadelphia. Caleb, the Buckeye wide receiver, the first ever in school history to be named the unanimous All-American as a receiver. What do you like about his game and what he brings to Ohio State's passing attack?
Simple answer, everything. Let me break it down. He is a tall receiver, which is what you want to be able to high point the football when you need to, especially when you're in double or even sometimes triple coverage, to have the ability to get above them with your reach. If he's not able to get him over the reach, he can jump, and he's one of the highest jumpers on the team, so he's able to come up and play those aggressive catches as well, and he is fast. He is one of the best route runners, dare I say, to ever come out of Ohio State. He's going to be a demon in the NFL, somebody that opposing defenses are going to hate to go up against whenever they do, and he just brings so much of what a receiver should be to the football field each and every time he plays. He has been the only person probably on this Ohio State team. No, I won't say that. He has been probably the main reason that Ohio State fans could see on the inactives list Jackson Smith-Njigba and not break into a sweat about it.
And without Smith-Njigba, the preseason All-American who only played 3 games this campaign, Emeka Egbuka has stepped into that spot and has solidified himself as another 1,000-yard receiver.
Yeah, he is only the second time in Ohio State program history where you've had 2 1,000-yard receivers in the same season, of course, going back to last year with Garrett Wilson. But this is certainly something that favors the passing attack. Of course, every team that plays Ohio State knows how deadly they are through the air, and that's going to emphasize even more the running backs, which is kind of a question mark in my mind considering the status of Mayan Williams all week.
Mayan Williams did not practice or compete or participate in any Peach Bowl activities the first 2 days Ohio State was here. He was battling a stomach bug. He told the media that he was feeling under the weather, but then he was able to practice on the final day of practice here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. He is Ohio State's leading rusher with over 800 yards, and he's punched in his fair share of touchdowns as well. Looking at Georgia's offense, what makes them unique, especially with their pass catchers?
Well, they haven't been consistent, but the leader behind and under center has been. Stetson Bennett is a field general if there ever was one. He is able to calm down his guys. He is certainly one of the more experienced quarterbacks you're going to see in college football. Of course, born the same year as Lamar Jackson, who's been in the NFL for 3 or 4 years now with the Baltimore Ravens. So when you get a guy of his age who still has college eligibility and who won you a national championship already and said, you know what? Heck with it. Let's do it again. And let's go right back to it. I think that's something that sets you apart from a lot of different teams in college football, and that makes you a very, very dangerous squad.
The Bulldogs have some strong receivers, but the tight ends and running backs as pass catchers are what adds to their already layerful offense.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And you know, you look at some of the guys like Washington and McConkey stick out in my mind here as being very vertical threats, and they kind of match up Ohio State's Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka in that field of being a dual threat attack through the air. They are just, and again, I think it all goes back to the field quarterback, Stetson Bennett, the field general, who is able to find his guys when they're there. You look at why they're so successful, it's because he does not throw a bad pass all too often to them, and when he does, they're able to make that grab.
And this is a quarterback matchup, Caleb, where both field generals couldn't be any more different in background. Stetson Bennett, the walk-on, turned Heisman finalist and a national champion, by the way, in between. C.J. Stroud, highly touted recruit, and boy, has he delivered. He went to New York for the second straight time as a Heisman finalist, and look for number 7 in the white to make an impact for Ohio State as he calls the plays and throws the passes in tonight's Peach Bowl for Ohio State.
Yeah, he is also very much a mobile quarterback, and you see Stetson Bennett when he likes to run, it's usually inside the red zone, even getting more specific inside the 10-yard line. He likes to lower his head and go around the right side or left side for that matter and punch it in himself every once in a while. But he's not as mobile in the pocket, I'll say, or I'll at least say he's not as known for his mobility as much as C.J. Stroud is, but he certainly has a deadly set of legs underneath him when he's playing quarterback.
Does he need C.J. Stroud to extend plays and use his legs in this game?
Does Ryan Day need him to extend plays?
C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely he does. It's going to be... he has had about every single day, give or take a few, since December 5th, to hear how bad his legacy at Ohio State is, to hear how bad he looked against Michigan, to hear all this yak about how worse he is of an Ohio State quarterback than some of the more recent ones to go through this program. He is ticked right now, and he is looking to show everyone what he can do, whether that's throwing the football, whether that's running the football, whatever that ends up being, he needs to show off what he can do.
We'll step aside here on Countdown to Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Coming up next on the other side of the break, we'll take a look at the starting lineups for Ohio State and Georgia. You're listening to the College Football Playoff semifinal, the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl, on the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite
Caleb Spinner, Matt Goldman, and Kole Emplit. Before we take a look at the starting lineups, let's take a gander at the TCU-Michigan game. Michigan just scored a touchdown, so it is 51-46 with about 3.5 to play in the fourth quarter. What a game we have out in Glendale, and if this game is about half as good as that one, we are in for a treat. So without further ado, let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting off with the fourth-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. Their defense will start up front with the defensive ends. It'll be Zach Harrison and JT Tuimoloau. And on the interior, it will be Mike Hall Jr. back into the starting lineup, lined up alongside Teron Vincent, who's making his fourth straight start. The men in the middle, the linebackers, Tommy Eichenberg, the leading tackler, and Steele Chambers, who's second in tackles. The cornerbacks on the edge will be Denzel Burke, Cameron Brown, and the safeties are Ronnie Hickman, Tanner McAllister, and the Thorpe Award semifinalist Lathan Ransom. Up front for Ohio State, barking out the signals will be the quarterback, Heisman finalist and Big Ten Player of the Year, C.J. Stroud. The running backs will be Mayan Williams, and he will be backed up by Dallin Hayden and Diamante Chip Trainum, the Arizona State transfer. The three wide receivers for Ryan Day's offense will be the leading receiver and Biletnikoff Award finalist Marvin Harrison Jr. Emeka Egbuka, another 1,000-yard receiver, will be lined up alongside Harrison, and Julian Fleming lines out the wide receivers. The tight ends will be Cade Stover and Mitch Rossi, who can also fill in as that fullback. Stover has 5 touchdown grabs this season, and a guy, Caleb, that Kirby Smart praised, the Georgia head coach did.
Yeah, well, obviously. I mean, he's a great guy. You could be the Michigan head coach, Jim Harbaugh, and you'd still ignore the rivalry to praise that guy. I mean, there's not many people who you can look at on Ohio State and say there's a weak point, or at least there's somebody who hasn't been pulling their weight this season.
The consensus All-American Paris Johnson Jr. will be at left tackle. To his right will be the left guard, first-team All-Big Ten selection, Donovan Jackson. The center is Luke Whitler. The right guard is Matt Jones, and the right tackle is another All-American in DeJuan Jones. For the Georgia Bulldogs, their defense, they'll send out the defensive ends, Tramel Walthour, Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins. The nose tackles will be Zion Logue and Nazir Stackhouse. And the defensive tackles will be Warren Brinson, Bill Norton, and Jalen Carter, who can wreak havoc. He's got 3 sacks over his last 6 games. The outside linebackers will be Robert Beal Jr., Chaz Chambliss. Then the co-leading tacklers, Jamon Dumas-Johnson and Smile Munden. The cornerbacks are Keely Ringo and Kamari Lassiter. And in the middle, the 2 high safeties will be the strong safety, Chris Smith, who's a first-team All-American selection, and the freshman, Malachi Starks. The offense for Kirby Smart's Georgia Bulldogs in his 7th year. The quarterback, Stetson Bennett, who's in his 6th. The tailbacks will be Kenny McIntosh, Kendall Milton, and Dejan Edwards. Wide receivers for UGA will be A.D. Mitchell, Marcus Rosemy-Saint, Kieris Jackson, and their leading receiver that is not a running back or a tight end, Lad McConkey. The tight ends will be Brock Bowers, the Mackey Award winner, and Darnell Washington, who also has 3 touchdown catches this season. Up front, the offensive lineman for the Bulldogs unit will be left tackle Broderick Jones. The left guard will be Xavier Truss. Center is Cedric Van Pran. And on the right side, the guard is Tate Ratledge. And the tackle will be either Warren McClendon or Amarius Mims, as McClendon, the all-first-team SEC selection, suffered an MCL injury in the SEC title, and he is questionable for this game. So, Caleb, what are your keys to the game? Let's start off with Ohio State.
Well, Ohio State, you have to get back to playing your football. You can't let Michigan weigh on you. You can't get that loss weigh on you. You can't let the critics weigh on you. You have to come out here and play like it's the first game of the season against Notre Dame. You have to come out here and you have to be ready to do whatever it takes to get the win here. Whether that's a new person stepping up, whether that's somebody else getting back on track, whatever on earth that might be, you have to be willing to do it. And then Georgia, you have to come out and you have to play consistent football, which they haven't done all year. They have been a very varying number 1 team in the country. The AP's top team in the nation for 12 of the 15 weeks this season, but they have not always played like it. You have to come out here and play with the depth that everybody knows you can play with if you want to get the win and move on to the national championship.
We'll stick with Georgia. Who's an impact player to watch for the Bulldogs?
I think it's Stetson Bennett. And you know what? I'm going to spoil you. I'm going to say it's C.J. Stroud on the other side, too. Watch both quarterbacks. I think this game begins and ends with them. Of course, top performers can come up and they can play. The wide receivers can show up. The running backs can show out. But at the end of the day, if the quarterback is not on his A game, no team will go further than the second place or the runner-up in this Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl.
Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, has turned around this Ohio State defense all season long. Had a tough game in that second half against Michigan, but it looks like he's made the adjustments in the 28 days leading up to this Peach Bowl game. As Ohio State goes into the tunnel, Georgia will follow. What does the Ohio State defense have to do to try and stop a Georgia unit that is 9th in the country in total yards of offense?
The secondary has to be better. They have to play their best game all year. You can't give up big plays downfield. You have to stay smart. You have to play contain. It's actually, you know what? I'm going to bring a reference in here. It's exactly what Kole Emplit did to me on NCAA 14 all week this week. I tried to play hero ball with the secondary, and I'd come up, and that's exactly when his receivers beat me. The secondary for Ohio State, they have to stay home. They can make big plays, but only if there's a 100% chance that they can make that. If not, Georgia's going to take advantage and move right on past them.
Well, Kole Emplit, who will be on the second half call with Matt Goldman, he went 7-0 on the Xbox this week in Atlanta, but the fun and games is over.
He was definitely the number 1 team in the country in terms of our hotel rooms, that's for sure.
Well, the number 1 team in the country in Georgia goes back to their tunnel amidst all the boos, and the Ohio State marching band will now come out from left to right, and they get booed by the Georgia faithful.
Yeah, it was a different thing, and you could hear it in the crowd, Mike, when both teams were coming onto the field. Ohio State got booed more than Georgia did, which you figure being the closer team, Athens to Atlanta versus Columbus to Atlanta, as we found out on the drive here. But then as Georgia's getting ready to come off the field, they get booed just as much too. So this is probably as close to a 50-50 stadium as you can get.
10 minutes from kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll step aside as the Buckeye Band is out on the field. We'll pause for station identification and more on the official student radio station of Ohio State Athletics, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. You have been listening to the Peach Bowl on SGSR.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Coming soon to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Season 2 of the Nothing But Nylon podcast with Gabe and Tyreek, covering all things Ohio State men's basketball.
Bringing you news, analysis, and more. Episodes will be coming to you every Tuesday starting November 1st. We hope to see you soon.
Back in here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium in downtown Atlanta, Georgia, alongside Caleb Spinner. I'm Tyler Danburg, and right now, Caleb, we're seeing something that you don't see too often, the tradition, Script Ohio, being done by both teams' bands, the Ohio State band and the Georgia band. So we'll get double Script Ohio here on the artificial turf surface of Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yeah, I've only ever seen this when they do it on the ice at well, I guess both rinks, actually, the Schottenstein Center and the OSU ice rink. But it makes sense, right? You're at a big venue. You don't know where the Ohio State fans are going to be, which side of the stadium, I mean. So might as well do it for everybody. And despite this, I'll say it's a rivalry right now because both teams are going to go against each other. You got to admit, as Georgia, this is a pretty cool tradition.
It very much is. A lot of red in this very stadium. Of course, both teams being schools that share different shades of red. Georgia with that red and Ohio State the scarlet. But nonetheless, this will be just the second time these two programs meet for how historic they've been. It's only the second time they met. The only other time was in 1993, the Citrus Bowl. As right now, we'll start to see Script, Ohio about to dot the I with the band major around the 35-yard line. But the last time, 1993, Caleb, Georgia won 21-14. They went 10-2. And a couple of familiar faces played in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll mention a coach, John Cooper, who was the head of the Buckeyes at that time. But then, of course, I know who you're alluding to, the now ESPN broadcaster, Kirk Herbstreit, who was the starting quarterback and team captain at that time. He is now actually calling this game, which is a fun moment of coming full circle, almost the definition of coming full circle, to have been there the last time that these two teams played and now be up in the booth talking about the last time these two teams played.
And also a full circle moment with Kirk's son, Zach, on the team as a tight end. He's also a broadcaster for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. You can hear the tension starting to ramp up as Ohio State's marching band exits the field, the UGA band about to hop on the turf. But also, co-defensive coordinator for the Dogs, Will Muschamp, was a defensive back, and he got a tackle in that game in the win over Ohio State. This is an historic matchup, one of the most highly anticipated ones of the 2022 season. But this is also an historic bowl game, the Peach Bowl, the 9th oldest bowl game in the country, and this will be the 55th playing of the Peach Bowl.
Yeah, certainly a historic bowl game, also one of the most charitable in the history of the bowl games, as we heard from the CEO and president of Peach Bowl Incorporated, Gary Stoken, earlier. Actually, it was yesterday. This whole week is blending together. Every day feels like just the other. But that was yesterday that we had the joint head coaches press conference at the Westin Peachtree Plaza. But he gave us a little bit of information on the bowl game. This, of course, Ohio State's first time in this contest. Georgia's 7th, which is a bowl game record, alongside Clemson for the most times that a single team has been in a bowl game. But then also that they have given this year $6.1 million to local charities, a huge feat that shows how much more this is than just college football.
Just an incredible number, and both teams had spent some time at some different hospitals in their rare time off this week in Atlanta, which is pretty cool to see. So we are minutes away from Ohio State and Georgia in the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. The winner will take on the winner of TCU and Michigan. We'll get you updated on that. It's 51-45. TCU leading Michigan with the ball at 2nd and 5 with 45 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And we'll give you some play-by-play as J.J. McCarthy heaves it down the left side of the field, and it almost got intercepted by TCU. Michigan survives for now with about 40 seconds left. So the winner of that game will take on the winner of this game. And we talked about it on our Keys of the Game earlier, but how does either team get it done for those that are just tuning in?
Well, for Georgia, they have to play better than they have all year. I would say, looking at this schedule, that Ohio State is the best team they've played all year, minus maybe Oregon is a good team. Auburn, of course, had come into that one being good. You have a few tight contests here in Missouri, 26-22. You look at some of the other ones, too. Kentucky, 16-6, which wasn't as much of a blowout as it probably should have been for the Bulldogs. So they have to come out and play really good football. They haven't been consistent always all year at that number one spot. And then for Ohio State, you got to be better than Michigan. You got to be better than you were in that game. And there were a lot of things that Michigan did right. So I understand how some of that was out of the control. But you have to play your game. You have to get back to Buckeye football.
And Ohio State has shown a lot more emotion over the last couple of days and then entering the playing field today than they really have shown all season, which shows you maybe how much they might want this one against Georgia.
Well, absolutely they should want this. I mean, who doesn't want to play in the national championship, right? Like, aside from the obvious, again, you go back to the criticism. Ryan Day has said, and every member of the team has said, that we don't pay attention to Buckeye media. We don't pay attention what the naysayers say. I might call malarkey on that because it's impossible to not see something at some point about what everybody thought of that game. So I will say I doubt that they haven't seen anything about it, but you just have to ignore it at this point.
Well, it's 4th and 10. Michigan picks up the football. They fumbled it. They try and pitch it to the line of scrimmage. They get stopped short. They get to the line of scrimmage. It's 4th and 10 and 4th no more. TCU is headed to the national championship for the first time in school history. For those that are tuning in to Georgia, Ohio State, we've got you updated the final score pending the final 25 seconds left in the Fiesta Bowl. TCU 51, Michigan 45, and now with that, everybody can set their eyes on this game. It's Ohio State, it's Georgia coming up next. Kickoff on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio when we return.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR.
A sold-out Mercedes-Benz Stadium is the location for the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio between the number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes and the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs. Just minutes away from kickoff here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Hi, everybody. Alongside Caleb Spinner, I'm Tyler Danburg. And Caleb, this one's for all the Peaches and a trip to take on TCU in Los Angeles for the national title.
Well, I see what you did there, marbles and peaches. You're pretty funny, aren't you, Tyler? But yes, absolutely. As I said in the pregame, and I'm probably going to say a few more times, winner goes on to SoFi Stadium, one of the best-looking stadiums in all of football, and the other one goes home to watch that national championship on their couches back in either Columbus or Athens. Both teams trying to not be that team doing the latter. Both teams want to be in a position to raise that title, that championship trophy. For the Buckeyes, it would be the first time since they beat Oregon several years ago, and for Georgia, it would be the second time in as many years. So both have their own incentives for wanting to get to that game.
Georgia won the national championship last year in 2021. They defeated Michigan and then conference foe Alabama. Ohio State looking to try and go to the national championship for the second time in the last 3 years. They went in 2020 after defeating Clemson, but they fell 52-24 to a very good Alabama team that perhaps has one of the best offenses ever.
Yeah, and then they got revenge last year against Alabama in that championship, and that was something that Stetson Bennett answered a lot of questions about from Ohio State media in particular, was what it feels like what went into its decision to come back here, and what it feels like to be in that spot again to potentially go on and repeat, which is something that only a few teams have ever done, especially in the college football playoff era.
6th season for Stetson Bennett, the quarterback for the University of Georgia, and for Ohio State's University's C.J. Stroud, his 3rd year, and another chance for him to try and get back to the college football national championship, making his first ever CFP appearance. You can hear the crowd start to roar for the Georgia Bulldogs. There is not one open seat in Mercedes-Benz Stadium as the reigning national champions, Georgia Bulldogs, come out of the tunnel to our right. But first, a standing ovation for former Bulldog head coach Mark Richt, who has just been announced as being elected into the College Football Hall of Fame for the Peach Bowl. So a very cool moment there. And the helmets are in both corners of the end zone. Big white and blue inflatable helmets. Ohio State on the left, Georgia on the right. The Buckeyes, 4th in the country, 11-1 overall, 8-1 in the Big Ten. Georgia 13-0, 8-0 in the SEC.
And now they're showing the final score.
51-45, TCU defeats Michigan. And boy, with that result finally done, Caleb, we can feast our eyes on this top 4 matchup in the college game.
Yeah, we were looking cross-eyed there for a minute. One eye focused on this one, the other eye focused on TCU and Michigan. Great job from Max Duggan and his crew over there with the Horned Frogs. Say it one more time, Tyler. What are the Horned Frogs known as?
They're known as the Hypnotoads under first-year head coach Sonny Dykes.
And man, would Ohio State and Georgia love to play them on Monday coming up here. at Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium, but there's only one way to get there, to punch your ticket to go see TCU on the field and match up against them at the line of scrimmage, and that's to win this game right here.
The lights at Mercedes-Benz Stadium flashing, they're dimming, they're shining brightly. No lights will be shining brighter than in this very stadium around the college football world tonight as number 4 Ohio State and number 1 Georgia meet for the second time ever. 5th CFP appearance for Ohio State, and here they come as they make their way towards the tunnel.
So much pomp and circumstance for these college football games. We've missed kickoff time by 10 minutes now with all of the lights and shows and spectacular bit. Now, it did start off with a prayer before from a Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl executive, and now, of course, you get the hype videos for both teams, considering this is a neutral venue and they both get the home treatment. So it makes sense. But let's play some football already. Come on.
Let's do it so quickly before we talk about the teams that enter the playing field. What's at stake in this game?
Well, not only a win and loss for Georgia, it would mean keeping their perfect record. For Ohio State, it would mean advancing to 12-1, that only blemish on their record coming against their rivals, the Michigan Wolverines, back on November 26th. The 45-23 loss at home for them. They want to change the headlines. They want to get back out in front and want to show the world that they're one of the best teams in college football. But then also the national championship, going to now play TCU, who we know will be that matchup over in SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Those two things are on the line, and of course the usuals: pride, bragging rights, the hype of winning the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl and the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl trophy.
Everything hangs in the balance on this very New Year's Eve night in Atlanta. Alongside Caleb Spinner, Matt Goldman, Kole Emplit, I'm Tyler Danburg. Glad you will be with us. Still awaiting kickoff. A lot of festivities coming up for Ohio State. No stranger to the SEC, although this will be their second time against Georgia. They are 23-14-3 against opponents from the Southeast Conference. Their last matchup, though, was a loss in the national championship to Alabama. Now Ohio State comes out of the tunnel to our left as they look to try and get back to the national title in Los Angeles and look to avenge that national title loss. But first, the Georgia Bulldogs will come out from right to left out of the tunnel to our right. They're led out by 7th-year head coach Kirby Smart. They have been the number 1 or 2 team in college football for 12 of the last 15 weeks. And they are looking to try and go 14-0 for the first time in program history. They're first led out by the staff. The coaching staff walks out. And now the team starts to hurry up to the white and blue inflatable helmet. Really nothing beats the roar of a crowd, whether that's the home or the away fans, Caleb.
No, it doesn't, and there are a lot. I mean a lot. Circle, square, tap dance all over that word. A lot of people in here, 78,000 filled to extra capacity. This building only being able to hold 71,000 normally, but extra seating brought in to accommodate the bigger than usual crowd. Of course, usually this is the home of the Atlanta Falcons in the NFL, but there's no such thing bigger than the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl that comes and plays here at this stadium, and of course they had to bring in extra seating for it.
Looking at Ohio State, Caleb, one message that Ryan Day has had for his team coming into this game is to play loose. Does that mean throwing the football and airing it out a little bit more?
Yes, it means doing that, but doing it carefully. Because we've seen what happens when you do that too fast. When you try to get it all in one play, bad things tend to happen. Michigan took advantage of that most recently for the Buckeyes. And they need to play relaxed, but they also need to play their game. Relaxed and smart are both two things that Ohio State has to be tonight.
The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl is coming up in just a few moments. Ohio State and Georgia playing for the second time ever in the long-standing histories of both programs. Caleb, you mentioned some offensive players of note. who are some defensive guys looking at Ohio State and Georgia that can really take over the game?
Well, I said it in our pregame here. For the Georgia Bulldogs, it's Keely Ringo, the defensive back, who is going to have Marvin Harrison Jr.'s number all night long, going up against one of the best receivers, if not the best receiver in all of college football, is going to be then for Ohio State. I think you also go with another cornerback. You go to Denzel Burke, who had a few issues during the Michigan game, changed his number from 5 to 10, whatever adjustment that did for him there, going up with that new jersey. He is going to have to play his best football going up against a high-caliber offense like Georgia's.
The Bulldog players, there are 3 in the red jerseys that walk out in full pads. You have to think that Georgia's going to come out of the tunnel at any moment. They are the top-ranked team in the country, 13-0 this season, and they will go up against Ohio State.
Running out of things to talk about here is yet again, we are delayed from kickoff by 15 minutes, Tyler.
They're making everybody wait in anticipation of this game. The UGA chants start to echo around Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Just 72 miles separate Atlanta and Athens as the cheerleaders have their pom-poms in the air. Harry, the Bulldog, awaits Georgia to come out of the smoking tunnel, and out they come, champions of the SEC, the Georgia Bulldogs.
Kind of a mixed reaction from the crowd here. A few boos coming in, a few cheers from the probably home crowd here as Ohio State also takes the field.
The Buckeyes out of the tunnel to our left, run out of the smoke. And we are just about set for the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl, a trip to the national championship. And a date with TCU is on the line tonight in Atlanta. Tyler Danburg alongside Caleb Spinner, Matt Goldman, Kole Emplit with you. And after all the pregame festivities, we're just about ready to kick it off. But first, the coin toss. Let's take a look at the officials for this game. The referee is Chris Coity of the Pac-12. He actually was the referee for the 2020 national title between Ohio State and Alabama. The umpire is Greg Adams, linesman Daryl Johnson, line judge Dale Keller, pack judge is Joe Johnston, the field judge is Steve Carey, the side judge is Jeff Dowley, and the center judge is John Love. Ohio State wearing the white, Georgia in the red. And the coin toss is coming up in just a few moments. We'll step aside for station identification on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
We welcome you back inside a ruckus Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and the moment has arrived. Both teams and their 4 respective captains for Ohio State and Georgia shake hands. Honorary captains are for Ohio State Mike Doss and Champ Bailey for Georgia. The Bulldogs have deferred. They won the toss. So Ohio State, they get to choose what they get to do. And Caleb, just an incredible environment to get things started here in Atlanta.
Yeah, this has been a loud stadium from the word go. Both fan bases represented in about an equal share, and as close as you can get given the resale market. This has been a week of festivities for us media people, for the fans in attendance here. Certainly one of the biggest spectacles in college football and maybe even the entire world of football is the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl.
Georgia will go from defense to offense, from left to right in the red helmets, red jerseys, white letters, white numbers, the silver pants with the black block G on both sides of the helmet. Ohio State will go from defense to offense, from right to left in the silver helmets, white jerseys, scarlet letters, scarlet numbers, and the silver pants with the scarlet and gray stripes down the sides. They have the Buckeye leaf stickers on the sides of their helmet. Jack Podlesny for Georgia will kick it away for the Bulldogs. He's got it teed up at the 35 of UGA. Set deep to return is Xavier Johnson with his heels on the goal line. Podlesny runs up to the ball, swings the right leg through, and it sails end over the shiny silver helmet of Johnson and into the end zone for a touchback. And out comes the Ohio State offense led by two-time Heisman finalist C.J. Stroud.
Two-time Heisman finalist, but he has not won the Heisman. He has not defeated Michigan. He has not won a national championship. All of those things circling around in his head as he's had a lot of time to get to get ready for this game, to get mentally focused. He's going to want to prove everybody wrong tonight.
It will be 1st and 10 Ohio State on their own 25-yard line. In the gun is C.J. Stroud. He's flanked to his left by the freshman running back Dallin Hayden. He's got 4 wide. Abuka motioning from right to left. 3 down linemen for Georgia. Snap to Stroud. He throws left side. It's caught at the 35. And Ohio State will pick up the first down with Marvin Harrison Jr., his first catch of the game. Give him 12.
Harrison Jr. brought down a little aggressively from his collar there. Not quite a horse collar, but certainly an aggressive tackle. You can tell the tensions are coming in here early.
We're 20 seconds into this one. 1st and 10 Buckeyes. They're 1 for 1. Stroud back behind the center, Whippler. To his right is Hayden. Abuka motions from right to left. They've got 3 wide. Snap to Stroud. Hands off Hayden. Has a hole left to the center. And he plunges ahead between the hashes and numbers at the 40-yard line, where he's wrapped up by a pair of Bulldogs, and Ohio State will pick up 3.
Interesting to see Dallin Hayden get the first run of this game. Perhaps maybe a lingering sign of Mayan Williams' illness, which has plagued him all week.
He's the 3rd leading rusher, is Hayden. Ohio State's got it on their own 39-yard line, 2nd and 7 from the left hash. Fleming is the lone receiver to the short side left. 4-2-5 defense for the Dogs. Here's the snap to Stroud. He looks right. He pumps right. Throws right. Incomplete as he was trying to find Marvin Harrison Jr., and that's going to bring up 3rd and 7.
Yeah, too far out of the reach to Harrison Jr., perhaps a sign of nerves from C.J. Stroud, but he shot it all the way over towards the Georgia sideline, further over than the route signaled, and the offense is going to stay on the field here on 4th down.
And the Buckeyes have it. It's 3rd and 7 with under 14 minutes to play. Opening drive, no score in the Peach Bowl. Stroud walks up to the line. He's under center. Now he walks back out. Empty backfield. 5 wide with Stover, the tight end, in the right slot. The Bulldogs bring 4. Now they'll bring 5. Stroud gets the snap. Bell tie. Pressure coming, and down he goes. He is sacked by Georgia's Smile Munden Jr.
And he's shoved immediately after the play by Paris Johnson, who didn't like the celebrating right in front of his face. I beg your pardon, I thought it was 4th down. Already some mind games from Georgia as they were holding up the 4th down universal sign with their hands raised in the air. So they're already trying to get Ohio State off their momentum, and now it'll be a punt.
4th and 17, Caleb, no score, 13.5 to play in the first quarter, and Jesse Mirko, the Australian native, is back out at his own 15 to boot it away. He gets the snap, he shuffles, he boots it away with the right foot, awaiting the return, calling a fair catch on the numbers at his own 25-yard line is Kieris Jackson. And Stetson Bennett leads out the Georgia Bulldog offense. Bennett's looking to become the 3rd quarterback in the AP poll era to win back-to-back national championships, and he's going to come out for the first drive of the day scoreless in the first quarter with 13:11 to go in the opening quarter.
And of course he got Georgia their first national championship last year since 1980. Somebody these Bulldogs fans love, and he is exactly the person Kirby Smart wants to command this game tonight.
1st down, 10 to go for the Bulldogs. 13-11 to play, first quarter. On their own 25-yard line, Bennett in the gun. The running back is Kenny McIntosh. Tight end in motion to the right. Bennett looks. He throws left side. It's pulled in across the 30 to the 35-yard line. There goes A.D. Mitchell. Inbounds along the left sideline to the 36, where he's tackled by Jair Brown for a medium pickup for the Dogs.
Great job by Ohio State getting those silver bullets, what they call their helmets, to the ball early, but also Georgia starting off in the right direction with the first completion.
He picks up the first down on the second effort. 4 wide for the Bulldogs. They've got it on their own 37-yard line. Left hash. Bennett in the gun wearing the silver pants. He gets the snap belt tie, throws right. Shoulder high catch pulled in there by the tight end Washington inside the numbers to the 40. He'll pick up a few. He's wrapped up by an Ohio State player, but a quick throw to the right boundary. And on the stop there was Cam Brown and Tommy Eichenberg.
And I'll have a fact, I got to find it here in a minute, but I have a fact about those silver pants that I'll come back with.
There you go. It's 2nd and 4 Georgia. Left hash from their own 43. Operating out of the gun is Stetson Bennett. They've got A.D. Mitchell, the lone receiver to the left. Brock Bowers outside the numbers to the right. Here's the snap. Fake handoff. Bennett bouncing in the pocket. 2-man rush comes charging. He throws right side. It's caught at the 40 of Ohio State. Down inside the 35-yard line goes the wide receiver A.D. Mitchell for his second catch of the game with under 12 to go in the first.
Great completion, a deep play, and now they're right back at it. No tempo.
Quick to work are the Bulldogs. They're inside Ohio State territory from the 35. Bennett pulls in the snap. He flips it front left corner of the end zone. Nobody was close. The closest defender for Ohio State there was Ronnie Hickman. Bennett's first incompletion of the ball game, and will slow it down. 2nd and 10, no score, 11:36 to play.
Clear miscommunication on the route from A.D. Mitchell, who was the intended wide receiver. He thought he was going to go longer than he did. Bennett thought that, but a clear miscommunication, and now they'll have to slow it down.
Mitchell's got 2 catches for 23 yards, but he comes off the field. In the slot left will be Washington. Empty backfield for Bennett at the 35 of OSU. He's got it on the right hash. 5 wide for the Bulldogs. Ohio State in a 4-2-5. Eyeing the nickel is Bennett. Flips it over the middle. Caught on the right hash marks by the wide receiver, tight end hybrid. Darnell Washington will be 2 yards shy of the sticks. And that's going to bring up 3rd down and 1.5. And Bennett quick to work from the 26. Snap. Play action. He's being pressured. Runs the right side and he's barreled out of bounds. It's Steel Chambers and Tommy Eichenberg pushing him out. And they stop him shy of the line to gain.
An example of those legs that he has going out to that right side when he's in trouble. And that's going to be something you'll probably see him do all night whenever he's pressured.
The field goal unit's going to come out. It's the leading scorer in the NCAA, Jack Podlesny. He's looking at a 46-yard field goal from the right hash. The long snapper is Payne Walker. The holder is the quarterback, Stetson Bennett, who's got his right leg down. 2 hands in the air awaiting the snap, and the kicker is Podlesny. From the right hash, a 46-yard field goal. Ball back, ball down, kick is up, towards the left, upright. It is no good. Jack Podlesny misses from 46 yards out. And Ohio State's got it on their own 29, still scoreless, with 10:31 to play in the opening quarter.
Big miss there from Georgia. Ohio State got lucky on that one.
So now Ohio State comes back out. 10:31 to play. They were able to pick up 1 first down in their first drive, but then that was all. So what do they do to try and turn things around on the second drive of the ball game?
You just got to get back to what you've been doing, what you had the success on earlier in the game. You have to continue to get consistent receptions to the ball. You can't let Georgia hurry you up, and you can't let them tick you off, which is what happened there on the last bit with that hit on C.J. Stroud.
Before we go to break, Steel Chambers, Tommy Eichenberg with a big double stop on Stetson Bennett, who kept the bootleg over to the right side, and they tackled him. It was 3rd and 1. All Georgia needed to do was get to the 26-yard line, and they were stopped short by a great play by Ohio State's top 2 linebackers.
Well, it's no surprise. They've been all over for the entire season for Ohio State. They're just making the big plays that Ohio State fans expect of them, and it's good to see them on their game early.
So we'll take a quick break on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Ohio State in the scoreless first quarter. They'll come out for their second drive of the game coming up here in the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays.
Ohio State comes out. They'll go from right to left on your radio dial. You're on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Tyler Danburg, Caleb Spinner back with you with 10:31 left in the first quarter. Ohio State nothing. Georgia nothing. Buckeyes come out on their own 29-yard line from the near left hash. Here's C.J. Stroud operating out of the shotgun. Dallin Hayden, the running back, is the sidecar to his right. 3 wide receivers for the Buckeyes, tight to the formation. 6 linemen for the Buckeyes. Egbuka, motion man from left to right. Stroud, he pulls in the snap, fakes the handoff, has an open man left side down the field at the 50. Down to the 48-yard line goes Marvin Harrison Jr. inside Georgia territory for a big pickup for Ohio State. That's going to be over 32 yards.
Biggest play of the game so far for the Buckeyes. That's not saying much, as this is only their second drive, but it comes from the guy you'd expect it to, Marvin Harrison Jr. Again, as I said with Eichenberg and Chambers, it's good to see him on his game early.
Second catch for Harrison. Buckeyes have it on the left hash at the 48 of the Bulldogs. Now in at running back is Xavier Johnson, motions into the backfield to the right of C.J. Stroud. 3 wide for the Buckeye quarterback. It's going to be a fake handoff from Stroud. Pumps, throws left side, caught on the numbers at the 35 and inside the 35-yard line to the 33. For the first down goes Emeka Egbuka for his first catch of the day. 9:45 left in the first quarter. Buckeyes driving here.
Great use of the crossing route. Georgia was in man coverage in the backfield and followed him exactly there. Egbuka using his legs to get in front of that defender and able to make the grab.
The Bulldogs check in 5 different defenders in the secondary and at the defensive line. Stroud goes under center now to the 33 of Georgia. It'll be 1st and 10 from the left hash. The running back is Hayden back into the game. Fleming's the single receiver right. Egbuka motions from left to right. Handoff left side, Hayden. He looks to run the left numbers 31 to the 30, and he's driven back towards the 31-yard line, where Georgia's right side of the line gets him down after a moderate gain.
Gain of 3 on the run. He had nowhere to go, and that was all just to the credit of Ohio State's offensive line that was moving that pile, moving up the line of scrimmage, that he was even able to get anything out of that. Should have been no gain.
2nd and 7. Ohio State with 8:40 and ticking, first quarter. 3 wide for Ohio State, left hash at the 31. Stroud flanked to his right by Hayden. Points on his protections. Play clock down to 10. Georgia with 3 down linemen. They've got 6 in the secondary. Stroud gets the snap, shoulder high, bouncing in the pocket, looks right, now looks left, rolls right at the 40, still surveys. He throws back in the end zone. It's caught! Touchdown, Marvin Harrison Jr. on the Scarlet painted A of the Ohio State painted end zone. Harrison dives for his 13th touchdown catch of the season. A 31-yard throw from Stroud to Harrison, and Ohio State's the first to strike in the Peach Bowl.
Great to start off that with a great-looking touchdown from C.J. Stroud. Deep ball to his main man. A great connection for the Buckeyes.
To kick the extra point is Noah Ruggles. To hold is the punter Jesse Mirko, and the long snapper is Mason Arnold. Ball back, spotted by Mirko, and Ruggles curls it around the left upright to make it 7-0. A 31-yard touchdown From C.J. Stroud to Marvin Harrison Jr., 4 plays, 71 yards. Georgia comes back out on offense when we return on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1-off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray.
Hey, I'm Jackie. A little thing I love about the Chick-Fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, and so delicious. To all of my couple nut breakfast people, this chicken biscuit is something different. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Back here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Tyler Danburg, Caleb Spinner with you. 7-0 Ohio State leads with 8:16 left in the first quarter. And Caleb, Georgia's offense is going to come back out in the red helmets, the red jerseys, and those silver pants that you were talking about.
Yeah, fun fact, they were started by Coach Wally Butts. He started the tradition of his players wearing what he called, quote-unquote, silver breeches or silver pants all the way back in 1939.
Good to know. Good to know there from that fun fact. We'll have a lot more coming up your way, but going back to that touchdown, C.J. Stroud got flushed to his right. He rolled right, had all kinds of daylight, and he had an open Marvin Harrison Jr. in the back of the end zone for a 31-yard strike.
And it's what makes him such a great quarterback. A lot of other ones would panic and not necessarily be able to even roll out, let alone complete a pass on the run like he was, scrambling for his life to his right. But that's what makes him great. He was calm, he saw his man, he knew where he was going with it, and he made it happen.
8:16 left in the first quarter, 7-0 Ohio State. First kickoff of the day for Jaden Fielding, the freshman walk-on from League City, Texas. He will swing it on the right hash from right to left, and awaiting him is Kieris Jackson with his heels on the goal line. All these fans rising to their feet as Fielding rushes up to the ball that's teed up on Ohio State's own 35. Here comes Fielding. He drives it with the right leg. It sails end over end over the helmet of the return man Jackson, and Georgia's offense comes out after they were driving to the 29 of the Buckeyes before Georgia got stopped short of the line to gain along that right sideline after Stetson Bennett was shoved out of bounds by Steele Chambers and Tommy Eichenberg.
And then a tough kick to end the drive, where one you think, okay, let's put up some points on the board. It was not to be after a missed field goal from about the mid-40s. Tough start for Georgia. They want to turn it around.
In at running back is Kendall Milton. 1st and 10 between the hashes from Georgia's own 25. They've got 4 wide with the tight end Bowers in the slot left. It's going to be a handoff behind the line to Bowers, and he's stopped behind the scrimmage line by Zach Harrison. That's going to be a large loss for the Bulldogs.
Somebody who Ohio State has needed all year long to make big plays, and he makes a big one there to shut down Georgia and bring up 2nd down and long.
Bowers checks back in. Out goes Washington. That's going to be a loss of 7 on the stop by Harrison. 2nd and 17 Georgia. Clock running under 7:45 left. Setting up to the right of the quarterback Bennett is McIntosh. Man in motion from right to left. That's Mitchell. 3 wide. Bell tie snap. Bennett flips the screen pass left side to McIntosh, out to the numbers 20. He's got the 25, and he gets back to the original line of scrimmage, where he's belted down around the ankles by Tommy Eichenberg. They'll pick up 7.
Eichenberg making a big play there to track it out to the right side from his point of view, looking back into that end zone, and Georgia quick to go back to the line.
3rd and 10 Bulldogs. Mike Hall Jr., 4.5 sacks for the Buckeyes. He checks back in. From the left hash, Georgia has it at their own 25-yard line. 3rd and 10 with 7 minutes left. 7-0 Ohio State in the first quarter. Bulldogs have 2 wide to the short side of the field, 2 to the right. Running back is McIntosh. Bell tie snap to Bennett. He flips it down the right numbers, and coming back, two-handed catch by the Lions receiver, Dominic Blaylock, for the Georgia first down.
Visible frustration there from the man in coverage. That was Tanner McAllister who blew his route against that receiver, and it was tough. You saw him immediately jump, put his hands up, and show a sign of frustration, something that he is going to want to fix going in there. Clearly blown coverage.
Gets him to Georgia's own 45-yard line, where they have it on the near right hash, going from left to right. Bennett wears the quarterback wristband on his left hand. It's White. He flips the running back to his left, pulls in the snap. He hands off left side to the running back. That's Edwards. Stiff arms Chambers. Gets to the line of scrimmage and is bumped up into the air and down at the 48-yard line of Georgia's own. Chambers in pursuit on the left side. Handoff to Dejon Edwards.
Well, that's tough, because that looked like targeting a little bit on Denzel Burke, but no sign yet from the officials that they would review it. He lowered his shoulder. I've seen them call it worse before.
The head referee, Caleb, Chris Quiddy, was a little reluctant to blow the whistle, but he does. And Georgia has it at their own 47-yard line. 2nd and 8, 5:35 to go first quarter. 7-0 Ohio State. Handoff left side to Edwards. He breaks free at the 50. Down the left hash, 45-40. Tackled on the numbers at the 35. And Edwards plunges inside the 35 of Ohio State. Another first down gain for the second leading rusher.
And another tough hit from Denzel Burke to end the play there. He has gotten his helmet on the ball both times of these last 2 plays, and he is playing how Ohio State needs him to right now.
Back-to-back tackles for Burke, finishing off both those last plays. That's a run for 18 for Edwards. Georgia's got it down 7, 1st and 10 here in the Peach Bowl. They have it on the left hash at the 35 of Ohio State. McConkey, the slot man, motions to the left. Bennett, the snap. He rolls right on play action, fires to Bowers at the 25-20, and Bowers still on his feet, muscling his way to the 19-yard line, spinning off a pair of would-be Ohio State tacklers and moving the chains for the Bulldogs.
Cam Brown with the tackle there. Great use of Georgia to recognize the midfield zone coverage that Ohio State had and bring that crossing route right across the middle of the field, and it's an easy pitch and catch for Stetson Bennett over to his main man right there.
Tackle was made by Cam Brown. Georgia moving it from left to right with 8:15 left. Now 4:18 left in the first quarter. Bowers, the motion man, from left to right. He's on a wing to the right. 2 receivers split out, 1 to each side. McConkey on the left. To the right is Blaylock. From the 18-yard line, 1st and 10, shotgun snap. Bennett, 4-man front, comes charging, and they get to him. JT Tuimoloau on the sack, and Bennett goes down for a loss.
Also assisting in there was Teron Vincent, the defensive tackle, who got in and touched the quarterback as well. But just a folding pocket. Stetson Bennett unable to move around. Even though he is tricky, he's unable to get out of that one.
Under 3.5 to play in the first quarter. It's 2nd and 17 after the loss of 7. Stops the Georgia drive. Back in the gun is Bennett. He's between the hashes at his own 30. They need the 15 to the Bulldogs. They've got 5 wide. Bennett flips a screen pass left side at the 30. 25-20 down the middle of the field. 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Kenny McIntosh. His 2nd receiving touchdown of the year. His 9th altogether. And Georgia's 1 point away from tying it with 3:15 left in the first quarter.
McIntosh did that almost entirely with his legs. He saw an opening. He went 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, end zone, slicing and dicing like a hot knife through butter. And he evens it up almost, pending this PAT for the Bulldogs.
Well put, partner, and something tells us that this could be a high-scoring game. Back-to-back drives, back-to-back scores, and now Podlesny will try the point after. The holder is Bennett, who just threw the touchdown pass. That went for 25 yards to McIntosh. Walker whips it back to Bennett, pulls in the high snap. Podlesny buries it right down the middle. 7-7, we're tied in the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. 3 minutes, 15 seconds left. And Caleb, Georgia getting the non-receivers involved in the pass-catching game. This time it's Kenny McIntosh going 25 yards on the catch and run down the left side.
Yeah, and again, a lot of that was done on his feet. It wasn't too long of a pass to start, but he extended the play by finding the holes, finding the open lane, and hitting it hard. A great play and a great decision-making example right there from Kenny McIntosh.
Back out comes Ohio State when we return on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. At the 3:15 mark left in the first, Ohio State 7, Georgia 7 in the college football playoff semifinal.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game.
Seven is our score in Atlanta. A packed crowd at Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in the ATL. Welcome back, everybody, alongside Caleb Spinner. I'm Tyler Danburg. Ohio State got it started first with a scoring drive, 31-yard touchdown pass from C.J. Stroud to Marvin Harrison Jr., but then Georgia responds, Caleb, a 25-yard screen pass from Stetson Bennett to Kenny McIntosh, the running back, and it's 7-7.
Tolk get full advantage of his speed and his ability to maneuver around the field to get that done and tie this game.
Left to right kick from Podlesny. Xavier Johnson awaits the return. He's got two hands in the air, and it goes over his head for another touchback. And Ohio State's offense comes out. They were passing the ball early on. C.J. Stroud, right now he's completed 4 of his 5 passes for 79 yards and a score. Do they go back to the air here?
Well, they will after this, what looks like to be another immediate timeout here, as both teams are back in their respective huddles. But you have to go through the air right now. 79 yards through the air, -4 in rushing. Clearly your bread is being buttered on one side. Might as well stick with it.
Mayan Williams, the leading back for Ohio State, he's yet to get a carry after missing some of the practices throughout this week due to illness. He was back practicing before this game, but Williams hasn't gotten a carry yet.
No, he hasn't, and I would say that's concerning. I think if we see the full first half go by without Mayan Williams in there, then you really start to worry if you're an Ohio State fan. Right now, the weight is on the shoulder of Dallin Hayden, and he's been in that spot before. He's certainly capable of doing that. You just got to come up and do it.
We'll step aside on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. 7-7 is our score, 3:15 left in the first quarter.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1-off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season.
We welcome you back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's 7-7, 3:15 left in the first quarter, and Ohio State comes out to work. They'll have it at their own 25-yard line. We welcome you, listeners who are listening on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV, tuning in to this radio presentation of the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. The winner will face TCU in the national championship. And back-to-back scoring drives, it looks like this could be one that goes down to the wire.
Yeah, it could, and after both teams came up empty on their opening possession, Ohio State forced a punt, Georgia missing a field goal for about 46 yards. Both teams have answered right back the way you want them to.
1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 25-yard line. Johnson's back in at running back. He sets up to the right of the quarterback, Stroud. Kane Stover motions in tight to the right tackle, DeJuan Jones to the right. Rossi's the other tight end to the left tackle, Paris Johnson. Pitch left side around the end of Johnson. He's outside the numbers 25. Plunges ahead, loses his helmet at the 30, and will pick up about 7.5 before he takes a lick and starts chirping with the defender that brought him down, but a pitch to the left side. And that's going to bring up 2nd down and 3.
And Xavier Johnson forgot college rules. You have to go out for a play after your helmet pops off. So he came over back into the huddle, and C.J. Stroud had to tell him, hey, buddy, head back over there for a minute.
2nd and 3, and in comes Mayan Williams for the first time today. From the left hash at Ohio State's own 32, clock running under 3 minutes left in the first quarter. 3 wide for the Buckeyes. Pistol set. Stroud behind the center. Whitler gets it from him. He hands Henderson now to Williams. He runs up the left side 30. Gets outside the hash marks to the 33 and up near the 34. Mayan Williams is going to get right near the chains on his first carry of the ball game.
And now Ohio State in positive yardage there. Gain of 7 on the rush from Xavier Johnson. Actually, it was the last play. That's going to put them at 3 plus those 4 that they made up for negative-wise.
3rd and 1, Ohio State tied at 7. Harrison is the single receiver to the left. He's matched up one-on-one with Keely Ringo. The pistol back is Williams. Stroud from the 33 of Ohio State's own. He's got 2 wide to the right. He fakes it, now gives it to Williams, who stutter steps up outside the numbers to the 35. It is tackled after getting the first down to the 36-yard line. He was snuffed out by the linebacker, Robert Beal Jr., but a first down.
Well, that fooled everybody at the first level, but then not the linebackers at the second, as they were able to come up and make the play on Mayan Williams.
Fresh new set of downs with 1:35 and ticking in quarter number 1. Stroud is operating out of the shotgun. To his right is Dallin Hayden. Now Stroud sees something he doesn't like. He walks to the center, Whitler into the line of scrimmage. 6 in the secondary for the Bulldogs. Faking the jet sweep is Stroud. He sets up. He dumps it off the right flat. Helmet high catch pulled in by Ibuka. Runs right to the 40 and tackled on the right sideline at the 41-yard line. He was shoved out of bounds by Keely Ringo.
He had the deep option if he wanted to. Fleming was wide open down the field, but good conservative decision to hit Ibuka for a gain. Not as long, but still a gain.
Pistol formation from the 40. Stroud play action, rolls left, fires to Stover, hurdles a man at the 40 to the 45, Stover goes airborne and is about a yard shy of the line to gain 3rd and 1 as the tight end flies into the air going over a Georgia tackler, and it's 3rd and 1.
There's a reason that Kirby Smart talked about him earlier this week as a player who can impact this game in a major way. Cade Stover, big play there.
30 seconds left after the first catch of the game for Stover. 2 wide to the left, Rossi in the slot left. 2 receivers to the right, Abuka in the slot right. The running back is hated. 4-2-5 defense for Georgia. From the 45 of Ohio State's own, slant pass over the middle. It's caught by Abuka, and he barrels over a defender inside the 45-yard line, but a flag.
Flag down by the Georgia sideline.
It will be a first down nonetheless. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the defensive tackle. Nazir Stackhouse, we're tied here at 7, and Ohio State moves the chains on the pass to Abuka. And it will be 1st and 10 from the Georgia 40. Ball on the left hash, clock running under 5-second slot. Now down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. And we go to the second quarter on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. 7-7 is our score here at the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl, and we will step aside here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested?
Tie game at 7s here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, the site of the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl between the number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes and the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs. Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. And whether you're listening on ScarletandGraySportsRadio.com or watching on SGSR TV, we thank you so much for tuning in to this college football semifinal here from Atlanta. 7-7 the score, as we mentioned, after the first quarter of play. Ohio State, they had to punt their first time, and then a connection between Marvin Harrison Jr. and C.J. Stroud to bring up their first 6 of the game. Noah Ruggles adding on the extra point, and then for Georgia, they missed a field goal to start, but then on their second drive, it was Kenny McIntosh from 25 yards out who scored, and both teams have gotten their offenses back on track as we enter the second quarter.
We've seen a lot of efficiency in this game, Caleb. Just 2 incompletions from both quarterbacks combined. That tells you the tempo that both Georgia and Ohio State's offenses have been going at. And also going back to those 2 touchdowns, great plays in their own rights. And Ohio State getting the deep ball, Georgia the screen pass and run.
Final 15 minutes of the first half are underway now as Stroud takes the snap from under center. He rolls out, he's surveying his left side, looks to pass, and it's caught across the 25-yard line, out to the right side, still untouched, and now dropped to the back, he lost the football. It's out, Georgia jumps on it, did they recover it? Decision still coming. It was a connection between Marvin Harrison Jr. and C.J. Stroud as we get a replay here on the Jumbotron with 14:47. They'll call it 1st and 9 at the 9-yard line, 1st and goal.
They're going to say it was picked up by Tyke Smith for Georgia, but out of bounds.
So a scary play for Ohio State on their first play of the second quarter. But they'll take over at the 16-yard line as Georgia was unable to hold on to that fumble. C.J. Stroud with 14:47 to go in the second quarter, now ticking down to 14:25. Emeka Egbuka goes in motion from right to left. He's got a blocker in front of him as Stroud hands this one off to him, and he gets just shy of the 10 to the 11, knocking on the end zone as Ohio State will move it up.
Like the pace that Xavier Johnson works with, but Dallin Hayden has that extra step and acceleration that you saw there, and he was able to be tackled forward as well.
Ohio State moving left to right here. Now a ball on the 11-yard line. Tied at 7s against Georgia, the #1 team in the country, here at the 2022 Peach Bowl. 3 receivers out, spread wide to the left of Stroud. Dallin Hayden is the lone running back. He changes hips now to the right of Stroud. Stroud comes up under center. He's barking out an audible. He's also got Marvin Harrison Jr. in man-to-man coverage to his right side. It's a handoff to Hayden. He pulls it, and he's going to lose a yard back to the 12 on the quarterback draw.
Design run for C.J. Stroud, and Chaz Chambliss, who stayed home, the linebacker, belts him down. Haven't seen too much of design runs for Stroud this year, but they tried to deceive the Georgia defense. Couldn't do so.
Hindsight is 20/20, and maybe should have given it to the running back there on that play, as the Buckeyes are now back to the 12-yard line with 13:05 to go in the second quarter. 3rd and 6 for the Buckeyes. They're driving, trying to get the lead here against the Georgia Bulldogs. Crowded line now. 3 receivers go out wide to the left for Stroud. Spread equidistant, but the outlier is Emeka Egbuka, who's out further than the rest. Back to pass is Stroud. He looks over, miscommunication, and a flag in the end zone as Egbuka was tied up by 2 red Georgia jerseys. It's going to be pass interference against Javon Ballard.
Bullard clipped the receiver. Egbuka in the back of the end zone. Just on the last effort, Egbuka wasn't going to make the catch, but Bullard collides with him for the PI.
And that's the whole thing. The Georgia fans don't like the call, but it's the collision rather than where he was playing the receiver or the ball that got the flag thrown there.
And it was still a catchable ball, Caleb, so that's where the flag comes out.
So an incomplete pass, but caused by pass interference, moves Ohio State now to the 2-yard line, 1st and goal with 12:41. Clock stopped at that point here in the second quarter. Ohio State changing personnel. They'll bring on number 81. That's Sam Hart, the tight end. No G. Scott Jr. tonight. He is inactive for Ohio State. 2 men in the backfield. On the left, it's Mitch Rossi. As Stroud takes the shotgun snap, he rolls out to his left, and unable to complete the grab is Marvin Harrison Jr. Had him rolling out to the sideline, put it where only his outstretched arms could grab it, but unable to haul it in is white number 18, Marvin Harrison Jr.
And Stroud put it a little high, but that's a catchable ball for a guy who makes those acrobatic catches like Harrison does. And a good lead block there by Mitch Rossi as well to seal that left edge for Stroud to get a passing lane.
Clock stopped with the incomplete pass at 12:36 to go in this opening half. Ohio State 7, Georgia 7. Ball remains on the 2-yard line, now 2nd and goal. Georgia crowding the goal line as Ohio State finally breaks huddle. and it's a timeout for Ryan Day. Both teams will head to their sidelines. Some miscommunication on the Ohio State offensive side. They'll use their first of the half.
And some new pieces out there for the Buckeyes. Sam Hart wearing the number 81. You mentioned, Caleb, no tight end G. Scott Jr., so that second or third tight end in a lot of the Ohio State's goal line packages is out of this game. So Sam Hart comes in, and when you have a newer system or just a big-time feel like this game has, that might bring some miscommunication. Ryan Day definitely saw something he didn't like, and part of that could have been due to Georgia's ability to call those defensive audibles and make those communication switches, which brings a lot of question marks for an offensive coordinator.
Ohio State knocking on Georgia's door. The offense comes back to the 2-yard line when we come back with coverage of the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl live from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post
Back at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta at the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. We're deadlocked at 7s, but Ohio State looking to change that. They have the ball on the 2-yard line of Georgia, second and goal, with 12:36 to go in the second quarter. Cade Stover is on the sideline, and in his place instead is Joe Royer, the tight end. Josh Fryer is also an alternate tight end, wearing the number 42. I formation for the Buckeyes on the 2-yard line. It's a handoff up the middle, trying to plow through, and he gets to the end zone. They're going to call touchdown. The push did the job. Ohio State scores. It's Mayan Williams.
Williams gets a left guard block from Donovan Jackson and gets help from the extra offensive lineman, number 41, Josh Fryer, and they push him over the goal line.
Resemblant of the Bush push, which is a tie back to our time at the College Football Hall of Fame. We'll talk about whenever we get a minute of downtime. We haven't had one in this very entertaining football game so far, but on comes Noah Ruggles to kick this PAT. Snap is back, ball is down, kick is up and good. Ohio State takes the lead, now ahead 14-7 here at the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl with 12:30 to go in the opening half of play. Once again, Ohio State 14, Georgia 7, Bulldogs football when we come back on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV.
Barrio Tacos is now right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio.
Mayan Williams puts the Buckeyes ahead by 7 as this kickoff comes down and into the end zone for a touchback. Georgia will take over, and Ohio State, as both teams head back out to take the field, a great drive on that last play, set in off the legs of Mayan Williams, who has been inactive almost all week with an illness, came in with what they called the stomach bug unofficially, and now he gets the second score for the Buckeyes in this very important Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl.
And they gave it to him on a goal-to-go situation, using his physicality to get another rushing touchdown on the year.
Dallin Hayden has also gotten reps at running back. Ohio State now has a total of 15 rushing yards out of their total 140. Stetson Bennett under center for his first offensive drive of this second quarter. He's pressured as he looks back to pass. He throws it and it's picked off. Ohio State gets underneath it across the 30, and the return is brought down. In coverage, it was Steele Chambers, and he comes up big for a turnover, the first of the game for either squad.
Bennett got pressured from the back. Pocket came crumbling. It was Eichenberg who chased him. Bennett has to short arm it. He was looking for his intended target, McIntosh, and Chambers went one-on-one, stride for stride on the curl route on that left side of the field, and Chambers was able to take it after a nifty defensive play. He's had a good start to the ball game.
Steele Chambers is close to what you could call a local boy, growing up in Roswell, Georgia, just a few minutes from here, about 20 minutes according to Google Maps. He comes up big in his home state, and the Buckeyes have the ball once again. 12:20, clock is frozen with the turnover. 1st and 10, ball on the 30-yard line of the Georgia Bulldogs. Stroud takes a snap. He had two receivers out to left or right. He fires over to his right. It's complete to Julian Fleming, beg your pardon. Just shy of the 15-yard line. They'll call it the 17. It'll move the chains.
The big 300-pound lineman, Jalen Carter, came flying past the right guard, Matt Jones, and somehow Stroud was still able to elude the pressure and get it off the Fleming on the right.
Ohio State quick back to the line. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka go out wide to the right of Stroud, who is under center. He's got a lone back behind him in an I formation. Two options, a receiver and a tight end out to his left. It's a handoff up the middle for a gain of a few yards. It's Dallin Hayden who did the rushing duties there for Ohio State, and he's able to move the line of scrimmage up just a touch.
That's what Ohio State likes to do after getting some big gains. They'll mix up their timing and go with the handoff, see what they can do there.
Dallin Hayden checks out. Alternate running back, defensive player turned running back, should I add. Chip Trainum comes in for his first reps at the position today. He's on the left hip of Stroud, who's in a shotgun. 5 linemen up front for Ohio State, including a tight end offset to the left. Egbuka comes in motion left to right. Stroud back to pass. He's under pressure. He's trying to dance up in the pocket, and he's going to take it himself at the 20. He launches it downfield. Touchdown! Marvin Harrison Jr. Give him 2 today, and the Buckeyes go further ahead, now 20-7.
Off the Chambers interception, and C.J. Stroud, for the 3rd time on this drive, shakes the Georgia pressure, moves out of the pocket. Marvin Harrison Jr. improvises his route. He sees Nazir Stackhouse miss the sack attempt on Stroud, and somehow C.J. Stroud was still able to launch it down the field and find Harrison in the back right corner of the end zone.
Noah Ruggles on for the point after attempt. Snap is back. Put down by Stroud, and good. It was actually one of his other special teams teammates who was putting it down for that. But Ohio State, off a big turnover from Steele Chambers, they are back in front by a margin of 14 points, 21-7. Here at the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl second quarter, just under 11 minutes to go in this opening half. Georgia, can they come back from the interception? We'll see after this.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator.
Something rarely seen outside of the city of Columbus and the venue of Ohio Stadium, OHIO, going around the Mercedes-Benz Stadium stands here in Atlanta, Georgia, as Ohio State finds themselves ahead by 2 scores, 21-7, a big conversion to put up the lead even further off a turnover and interception for Steel Chambers.
What a difference a couple minutes make, Caleb. Now, we have a lot of game left. However, Ohio State able to get the upper hand on just a few plays. It started off with the Chambers interception, a big play in coverage after McIntosh was underthrown by Bennett. Then C.J. Stroud able to sidestep pressure from Nazir Stackhouse and dump it off to Marvin Harrison Jr. for his second receiving touchdown of the game.
16 yards on that completion gives Ohio State their 3rd score of the game. Harrison Jr. second by himself. As we get ready to kick this away here, 10:56 to go in the second quarter. The ball teed up on the 35-yard line. Officials blow the whistle that we are ready to get back to playing. Here comes Jaden Fielding. Story about him coming up shortly. The Ohio State kicker charges at it and knocks it away off the tee back towards the end zone. And once again, we have yet to have a fielded kick today, as another touchback will put out Georgia to their 25-yard line.
But Caleb, we got to hear your Jaden Fielding story now.
So, okay, flashback to the College Football Hall of Fame. We have a nice trip with our crew out to there. One of the exhibitions that they have there is a field goal kick attempt that we can do. Long story short, I shake it to the right. I tag Jaden Fielding and I say it's a harder job than he makes it look. And then he not only puts me in contact with his kicking coach, but he also says it's practice, just like riding a bike. Stetson Bennett in the shotgun. He'll hand off for the first drive so far. First play of this drive. It's a big rush for the running back, number 30. That's Dejon Edwards, the running back, who gets a nice chunk of yardage all the way across midfield. No, they're going to spot him back just a bit further, almost to midfield. Big gain for Georgia on first down.
Good blocking there on the right side of the line for the Bulldogs, able to seal that hole and let Edwards run free.
They're going to call it officially a gain of 21 yards, a big gain on first down. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. For Stetson Bennett, he's got a tight end. It's Brock Bowers, offset on the right side, functioning right now as an extra blocker as he looks to pass this. Pressured up the middle, and now being chased out to his left. He's looking for something downfield, and it's incomplete. It was a low ball thrown out in the direction of Edwards, who was going out on a slant route to the left side, but a flag is down. We'll see what this call is here in just a moment.
And it looks like it's going to be on Ohio State, possibly a roughing the passer after the ball was released out of the right hand of Stetson Bennett, who's being chased by Mike Hall Jr., but Before that hit, an illegal forward pass.
One of the Georgia Bulldogs is headed to the locker room right now. Getting a look at who that is. That's number 0. To be Ryan Davis, the inside linebacker. It could be Darnell Washington. That would be huge if that's indeed who that is. 2 different Georgia Bulldogs wearing number 0. So as soon as we get word on who that is, we'll let you know. But they're going to call it an illegal forward pass on Stetson Bennett. It'll back Georgia up, 2nd and 14 at their own 42-yard line. 10:07 to go in the opening half. And we'll also get some injury news. Kate Stover is officially in the locker room. Stetson Bennett back to pass. He's looking out to his right now. Deep shot down the middle of the field. It's caught. Hauled in at the 13-yard line. Georgia knocking on the door. It's the receiver, number 11, Arian Smith.
Bennett launches deep down the middle of the field. It's a long post route out of the right slot from Arian Smith, who's one of their big gain guys.
Georgia not to be denied. They're fighting back, down 14 right now, 21-7 here at the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. 9:36 to go, running clock, as they'll set up on the 11-yard line of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Coming out of the huddle early is Ladd McConkey, who goes out to the right side. Georgia, quick snap. It's a handoff out of the right side. He might have enough to get through, and he does. It's Kendall Milton. Touchdown, Bulldogs. 21-13 off a giant run from Milton for 11 yards.
Well, it's the wide receiver, tight end, Oscar Delp, that gets a key block on the right side that allows Milton on the sweep play to the right to slip a tackle and plunge over the goal line and get past the freshman Sonny Styles for the score.
Jack Podlesny back for the PAT try. Ball on the 3-yard line. It'll get snapped back to the 11. Waiting from the word from the officials to get this PAT underway. And they will... A little bit of confusion here as Podlesny is taking warm-up kicks, but both teams will head to their sidelines. I don't know, would they be reviewing the spot?
They could be reviewing whether the right forearm of the running back Kendall Milton was down before it got to the goal line. And they're going to have to take a look and see where the top nose of the ball would be in relation to the goal line.
Taking a look at our booth screen that gives us a little bit more of a view here. The referee, Chris Cody, taking a look again down this sideline cam. And the ball is definitely on the goal line. I don't know if it breaks the plane. They might retry this.
Now look, it's bang, bang. No doubt about it, Caleb. Sonny Styles wrapped around the waist of Milton. Here's the call.
So it will be a touchdown. They will say there is not enough to overturn the call on the field. And Georgia will indeed cut into this Buckeye lead. It's now 21-13 pending the PAT.
What a difference a drive makes, Caleb. Before Georgia came out on offense, the OHIO chants were going around Mercedes-Benz Stadium. After the drive was capped off by Milton, UGA chants. Boy, what a scene we have here in Atlanta from both these sides.
Well, I'll pose this to you. What a difference one play makes. The shot downfield to Arian Smith was a huge catalyst for that play, which ended in the 11-yard score from running back Kendall Milton. Georgia, they snap it for this PAT try. Back to the 11 and now splits the uprights off the leg of Jack Podlesny. So it's Milton who gets the score, but he's set up big by a 47-yard connection to Arian Smith in Georgia. After giving up an interception their last drive, they score on their follow-up. It's now 21-14, Ohio State in front of Georgia by 7 with 9:16 to go in the opening half. You're listening to the coverage of the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl on ScarletandGraySportsRadio.com and SGSR TV.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. Welcome back to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, the site of the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. You're on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. Your score in the second quarter with 9:16 to go before halftime, Ohio State 21, Georgia 14. They cap off a big play with an 11-yard rush to the right side by Kendall Milton. And before we come to you here, Tyler, with a fact about Arian Smith, who was a big part of that drive, Georgia entered today as one of 3 FBS teams that had not allowed 21-plus points in any half this season. The others were Michigan and Illinois. Of course, Michigan fell to TCU in the Fiesta Bowl moments ago. And now, of course, with the 21 points that Ohio State has, that streak is broken.
Give credit to Ohio State there offensively. As for Arian Smith, he's down in the wide receiver depth chart, but now with that 47-yard catch, 102 of his 113 total receiving yards this year are off just 2 catches.
And some other news from the break, both tight ends Darnell Washington for Georgia and Ohio State's Cade Stover are in the locker room dealing with unannounced injuries, so they will probably be most likely inactive for the rest of this half as we get underway once again here at the Peach Bowl. 9:16 left in the first half. Off the kickoff after that score from Georgia, they'll go back on defense. It's 21-14, the ball on the 25-yard lines with another touchback. The Bulldogs encouraging their faithful in attendance to get loud and pressure Ohio State, who look to answer back with another drive similar to their last one that resulted in 6 points. I formation for Stroud. He's got 2 receivers and a tight end out to his left side. The tight end is Mitch Rossi. And a lone man in coverage out to the right is Julian Fleming. Motion over for Rossi from right to left. And now it's a handoff up the middle to Emeka Egbuka, who is functioning as a running back on that play on the handoff. It's good for a few yards, and the clock is rolling under 9:05 to go in the first half.
DeJuan Jones and Chip Trainum plowing ahead to allow Egbuka to pick up a few on that jet sweep.
Chip Trainum in now at the running back to the left hip of C.J. Stroud. Ball on the 28-yard line of Ohio State. 8:45 to go in the first half. 3 receivers out to the right for Stroud, 1 out to the left. Back to pass and complete. No, dropped over the middle. Incomplete pass at the 35-yard line. That was Xavier Johnson who came over in coverage. It was broken up on the play by the defensive back, Keely Ringo.
That quick one-on-one slot cross from the receiver, Harrison, and couldn't corral it.
2 receivers out to the left of Stroud, 2 out to the right. To the right, it's Emeka Egbuka and Marvin Harrison Jr., who has 2 touchdown passes today, but most recently that incomplete pass. Chip Traynham remains as the running back in the backfield with Stroud. Stroud in the shotgun, calls for it, clapping twice. He's back to pass, and he's sacked. Brought down in the backfield by Michael Williams.
Williams shot down that left side of the line. He broke past the left tackle, Paris Johnson. One quick zip move, and Williams wraps up Stroud. He got him on the helmet, and that's what allowed Stroud to go down.
Ball on the 18-yard line, 4th and 17. You're starting to hear UGA rain in from the crowd as the Bulldogs have momentum, forcing the second punt of the day for the Buckeyes here with 7:57 counting down in the first half. 21-14, Buckeyes over the Bulldogs here at the Peach Bowl. Snap is back to Mirko. He boots this away. Calling for the fair catch, and getting under it is the receiver. That is number 10, Curious Jackson, who will call for the fair catch, and Georgia will set up shop on offense. They shut down Ohio State, the defense does. Let's see if the offense can tie this game at 21. It's currently a 7-point advantage for the Buckeyes here in the first half. 7:41 to go in the second quarter on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State
7:41. That's what's left here in the second quarter in the first half of the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl between number 4 Ohio State and number 1 Georgia. The Buckeyes lead the Bulldogs 21-14, and Georgia will set up shop on offense here. They're looking to answer off a touchdown drive moments ago, and they shut down Ohio State, looking to go what we would call in basketball as a 2-for-1 opportunity.
Hey, Georgia's gotten some big chunk runs with their running game. It was first Kenny McIntosh, and then the last couple have belonged to the committee of Dejon Edwards and Kendall Milton, who finished up the touchdown. The blockers have really been paving the way for the Bulldog running backs.
Alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. Thanks so much for listening to us, whether it be on ScarletandGraySportsRadio.com or SGSR TV, where our beautiful booth cam is shining on our media space here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. Winner of this game goes on to play TCU in the national championship. It's a snap and up the middle, wide room on the left side. Now cuts up middle of the field, big run. Oh, but he stumbles. Tripped up by the turf monster at the 10-yard line. Is the Georgia running back Kenny McIntosh on his way for his second touchdown of the day, or what would have been, but he comes up just short.
Fake jet sweep to the tight end Bowers. McIntosh was all alone. He rode down the left numbers. He was able to make a man miss, and then all he had was green turf ahead of him in the end zone, and he slipped after he got past Cody Simon.
Credit McIntosh with the 52-yard run, and unfortunately for Bulldogs fans, the tackle on that play. Georgia will now set up for a 1st and goal at the 10-yard line of Ohio State. Under 7 minutes to go in the first half. It's a handoff out to the left side, and that was Dejon Edwards who went around the left side for a gain of a few.
Give credit to the Ohio State linebackers to slide on that counter pitch run to Edwards. That's what the Bulldogs like to do. They go to that short side of the field, and Eichenberg and Ransom were able to snuff it out.
Tackle made by the safety Lathan Ransom, as you said, helped out by the linebacker Tommy Eichenberg. 21-14, Ohio State over the Bulldogs, but the Bulldogs threatening to change that and tie this game up with 6:18 to go in the first half. Two receivers out to the left, now motioned in, one left to the right behind Stetson Bennett. He would be the 4th receiver on that right side. Bennett takes it himself and scores. Does it with his legs out to the left side and dances into the end zone to tie this up, or potentially tie this up. It's his 8th rushing touchdown of the season for the Georgia quarterback. And what a run that was. 3 yards, but 6 points.
49th red zone touchdown for the Bulldogs this year. Efficient inside 20. Bennett able to just get past the rushing JT Tuimoloau. That design rollout run to the left side. A quarterback keeper for Bennett. And it works, and they're a point away from tying it.
But Lesney on to do the PAT. The T is down at the 11-yard line. Ball is at the 3. Snap back, put up, and good once again. And now we are tied at 21-21 here with 6:07 to go in the 2022 Peach Bowl from Atlanta. 21 all between the Buckeyes and the Bulldogs here on ScarletandGraySportsRadio.com and SGSR TV. We'll be back in just a moment. You're listening to the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team.
We've got a tie ball game at 21s here in Atlanta for the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Xavier Johnson will field this kick, and he gets out just a little bit further than where he caught the football. But let's take a look back at that last score. It was a 3-yard run from Stetson Bennett around the left side, and it's his 8th rushing touchdown of the season.
And Kenny McIntosh set that drive up 52 yards. He got tripped up by his own feet, but he was able to set up that run for Bennett.
Only took Georgia a minute and 34 seconds to tie this game at 21, here with 6:02 to go in the first half. CJ Stroud in the shotgun. His heels on the 20-yard line. Man in motion coming from left to right was Egbuka. Back to pass. And are they going to say he dragged that in? Yes, he did. It was complete to Joe Royer, who was in. Kate Stover back in the locker room with an unannounced injury. He is inactive right now, and Royer came in to fill in the duties. He was able to get that across the middle of the field for a minimal gain.
It's that next man up mentality for Ohio State. Joe Royer, Sam Hart, these next guys up. Just the 3rd catch for Royer, but a 9-yard one.
Second down for the Buckeyes at their own 35-yard line. 5.5 to go in the second quarter. Tied at 21. Handoff up the middle. Stroud will pull it, and he launches it out to his right side. Incomplete. Intended receiver was Emeka Egbuka, and he was broken up in coverage. And we'll bring up 3rd and 1 here for Ohio State. Clock stops at 5:21.
Interesting formation there, partner. There were 4 players in the backfield there. 3 different running backs, 3 different options Stroud could have gone to.
The lone receiver out to the right is Marvin Harrison Jr. He's got 2 touchdowns today. 6 on the line of scrimmage, 5 linemen and a tight end. Lone running back in the backfield is Trainum, who gets the handoff from Stroud. He was on the right side, then went up the middle, trying to get the first down on third. Did they get it? Officials are looking at where the ball was stopped. It's a giant pile of white and red jerseys. Still waiting on the signal officially. And it'll be 4th down. He did not get it.
And this is a situation where Ohio State most likely is going to look at punting. Now, they are an aggressive offensive team, but they're backed up on their own 35-yard line. But they're going to keep the offense out. Maybe they go for the hard count here. Draw them offsides.
The punt is not to be. 4:43 seconds ticking down here in the second quarter at the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. C.J. Stroud has 2 options receiving out to his left, and the tight end as well offset the line of scrimmage. It's Joe Royer. And in the backfield, it's Dallin Hayden. No snap as Ohio State was looking for the hard count. Georgia holds firm. And no doubt the punting unit will come on. Ryan Day has to burn a timeout here with 4:28 to go in the second quarter.
They burn the timeout, but they don't take the flag. And that's the right thing. Instead of going for it on 4th and 1, you're pinned deep inside your own territory. It's one thing if you're on the opposite 35. Georgia gets the defensive stop. Mirko comes out to punt. But that was planned all along. Ohio State, they were never even going to think about going on 4th and 1.
And now the UGA chant came back and louder than ever as Georgia is threatening to come on and stop Ohio State for the second straight time. Here as we're tied at 21s with 4:28 to go left in the opening half. So Ohio State looking out for that punter, number 29. I don't see him. I see the defense getting into formation like Ohio State's going to go for this on 4th and 1. And indeed they will. C.J. Stroud is in for a massive 4th down play, 4th and 1. 2 receivers out each to the left and right. Lone running back in the backfield on the left hip of Stroud. Stroud is going to take it himself around the right side. He gets the first down out to about the 45-yard line. They'll give him the 44, but there is a flag down on that play that threatens to bring this back and make that rush all for naught.
And it was thrown immediately after Mitch Rossi and Julian Fleming came over to help the offensive lineman with the block.
It's an illegal motion against Ohio State, and that will bring the play back and negate it. And Georgia will hold firm. This will bring up 4th and 6, 4:24 to go in the second quarter. And now Mirko is on to punt.
And that was a great design by Ryan Day. The design rollout, nobody saw it coming. Stroud would have maybe had midfield, but a quick pre-snap movement.
Booted away by Jesse Mirko at the 20-yard line is where he hits it. And now fielded back by Kyrus Jackson. He will grab the ball and then lay down. Looked like he had a little bit of a problem holding it in and decided to secure it goalie style in hockey, as close as he could get to gloving it down.
He froze the puck, did Kyrus Jackson, or this time he just went down to the natural turf.
4:12 to go in the second quarter. Georgia has stopped Ohio State on back-to-back defensive possessions, and now they threaten to perhaps take the lead going into halftime. We still have a little while until then. 4:12 to go in the second quarter.
It's been a game of momentum swings, and we're seeing that direct transition from defensive stops to offense. We saw it with Ohio State. Steel Chambers had the interception in this 14-7 game. Chambers gets the interception, then Ohio State quickly punches it in off the turnovers. Georgia, they've gotten a couple big touchdowns to tie it up at 21 off defensive stops. Now they're trying to keep that going. So we're seeing defense influence the offense. It just shows you and goes back to that old adage, defense wins championships. Well, we still have yet to really figure out if that's the case, but what we can tell you is that defense might help you advance in the college football playoff semifinal.
Let's take a look at some first half numbers here. Georgia leading the battle in total yards, 261 to Ohio State's 173. Both teams heavily favoring the air, and more so is Ohio State, whose 163 of their 173 total are through the air. And quick math tells you that that only leaves 10 yards to be earned on the ground. Clearly, the rushing attack has not been there for Ohio State. It has been for Georgia. They have 157 through the air and 104 on the ground with the legs of players like Kendall Milton, who has a rushing touchdown. One score of Georgia's total 3, and they're looking for 4 here as the ball is on the 33-yard line. 1st and 10, 4:12 to go in the second quarter. We're tied at 21s. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left for Stetson Bennett. He ignores them all and hands it off up the middle to his running back, Kenny McIntosh, who gets a good gain of about 5 or 6 yards before he's brought down by his bootstraps.
That's a great ankle tackle there by Lathan Ransom, holding on.
Georgia, quick tempo. Stetson Bennett airs it out. It was broken up at the 30-yard line. It would have been a deep shot, a big momentum play. Also to Kenny McIntosh, it looked like. And it was broken up by Cam Brown, who was back in coverage and denied it to bring up 2nd down.
Brown, the 5th year, has only played 8 games due to injury, but he's broken up 5 passes, none bigger than that one, down the right hash to McIntosh.
Beg your pardon, 3rd and 6 now. Ball on the 37-yard line with 3:50 to go. Clock stopped with the incomplete pass. Georgia yet to set into a formation, and now once they do, it's a tight end and 2 receivers out in tight to the left side on the line of scrimmage. Brock Bowers, the furthest up on the line from all of them. Motion now comes the tight end off from left to right. Stetson Bennett back to pass at the Chick-fil-A logo on the 25, and it's caught across the middle. Up into traffic across the 35-yard line and brought down at the 32. It was Marcus Rosemead-Jackson who brought it in across the middle of the field, and it'll move the chains for the Bulldogs as they are dangerously close to the red zone. Ball at the 35-yard line.
That's now the 7th different receiver Bennett has gotten involved, and he threw it quickly to the midfield logo. And Rosemead-Jackson accelerates down that left side to plunge it into Ohio State territory.
Stetson Bennett under center. He's got 2 receivers and a tight end out to the right. Now his lone man on the left side goes in motion. And once again ignores them all. Hands off up the middle, breaking tackles. And now down at the 20 is the running back, Kendall Milton. He had a touchdown earlier today, and he's threatening to get another one as he moves the chains once again. 1st and 10 inside the red zone at the 20.
And the Bulldogs keep breaking tackles at the line of scrimmage, and by breaking them then at the line, they get yards after the contact and they open up the play. That's what Milton did there, right down the middle of the field.
Georgia setting up with 2:50 to go here in the second quarter. The ball on the Ohio State 20-yard line, 1st and 10. 21 all here between the Buckeyes and the Bulldogs, number 4 and number 1 ranked in the country respectively. I formation for Stetson Bennett. He's going to hand it off once again to Milton. Milton up the middle, and he's denied after a gain of 2. Steele Chambers in on the tackle. He had the interception earlier for Ohio State. He's one of 3 silver helmets to get to that and break it up between Milton for a minimal gain of 1 yard. It's now 2nd and 9 with the clock rolling at 2:20. 2 receivers out wide to the right of Stetson Bennett, lined up at the line of scrimmage on the 20. 5 linemen. Lone running back in the backfield for Georgia is number 30, Dejon Edwards. Motion, Brock Bowers comes in from the left, now in closer to the line. It's looked out to the left, and incomplete pass as he was looking for Edwards, Stetson Bennett was, but unable to make the connection. It'll bring up 3rd and 10.
Georgia tried to fake the pitch to Edwards and have him lone on the left as just a last-ditch effort if Bennett didn't have any open options down the field. Ohio State defended the pass really well there, and Edwards was the only option, and the throw was high, so it was off his left hand.
116 seconds left in the first half. 21-21, Ohio State and Georgia at the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. 3rd and 10 at the 20-yard line of Ohio State for the Bulldogs. 2 receivers out to the left, one of which is Brock Bowers. Stetson Bennett takes a look out to his left, and it's complete over the middle and brought down just shy of the 15-yard line. And they're going to give him the 13. It's Ladd McConkey with the grab there, and it will bring up 4th and 4 at the 14-yard line for the Bulldogs. Tough decision to make for Kirby Smart with 1:59 to go. And the offense will stay on the field. No field goal for Smart. Perhaps looking to draw the Buckeyes off, and a timeout called by Ohio State. Ryan Day wants to talk this over. That's his last of the half. Georgia still has all three here with a minute 49 rather, to go in the second quarter.
That was a big open field tackle by Denzel Burke. He's had some issues throughout the season making tackles, but right there he was able to plant his arms around the waist of McConkey and stick him back. McConkey wasn't able to get an extra yard, which was critical because now it's 4th and 4. This is a tough situation for Kirby Smart to make. It's one thing if it's goal to go if you're inside the 10-yard line or the 5-yard line, but you're inside your opposition's 15. So Ohio State bending, not breaking yet. We'll see what Georgia does here.
The Georgia Bulldogs now over the 300-yard mark in this game on offense. They average 491.9 a game with 39.2 points. They're already about 18 shy of that average number. As it's 4th and 4 now, Ohio State with the defense ready to meet this Georgia offense that comes back out onto the field once again. Ball at the 14. Kirby Smart not looking to try to get the Buckeyes to jump. He's looking to run a play. Brock Bowers comes in motion across the right to the left and then takes a friend with him as he goes back to the left side. It was Oscar Delp, the tight end. Back in motion goes Bowers, and it'll bring a timeout for Georgia, and they were trying to draw the Buckeyes. No such luck trying to get Ohio State to jump, and Kirby Smart will use the first of his 3 timeouts here with a minute 49 to go in the second quarter.
You described that beautifully, Caleb. Brock Bowers was going to be that deception man. The tight end, he was zigging, he was zacking, going from the left and right sides of the line, and then he brought that friend with him, that friend, Oscar Delp, and that was going to try and allow Ohio State to jump because Delp was going to act as a blocker. It was looking like Georgia was showing a handoff type of play if they were going to go with that play. And had that happen, Ohio State was going to jump that right side of the edge. And so Georgia had the right design, but Ohio State, an even better job just staying put despite a lot of motioning and deception from the offense of Georgia.
Field goal try here for the Georgia Bulldogs. They're looking to take the lead for the first time today. This will be just about a 33-yard field goal, and it's booted in and good. Georgia now leads Ohio State. They're on top for the first time in this game. 24-21 your score. The number 1 Georgia Bulldogs ahead of the number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes. Winner goes on to play the Horned Frogs in LA with a minute 44 to go in the second quarter. Ohio State taking the field on offense when we come back on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio.
What was once 21-7 in favor of Ohio State is now 24-21 with the Bulldogs ahead, courtesy of 17 unanswered points by Georgia and their quarterback Stetson Bennett. Now Ohio State trying to get on the right side of things on offense, which will probably be, if they do this right, the last possession of the first half here at the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV, alongside Tyler Danburg. I'm Caleb Spinner. C.J. Stroud back in the shotgun. He's got Xavier Johnson in a running back formation out to his left. He now motions him up to the line of scrimmage. He'll join Marvin Harrison Jr. as the pair of receivers on the left side, 3 out to the right. It's caught and connected with Xavier Johnson on that left side as Stroud immediately took the snap with a clap and looked over to that left side, connects with number 10. And it's moved up, clock rolling under a minute 30. It's now 2nd and 4. They'll give a gain of 6 and immediate a snap back again. Stroud across the middle, connects with Ibuka across the 45-yard line, just shy of the 50. They'll give him the 48, and the clock continues to roll. Minute 19. It was stopped due to the moving of the chains on that first down. Ball now dead center at 50 at the midfield line. 1st and 10. Ohio State trailing by 3. Minute 11. As Stroud is once again back to pass and once again complete over to his right side. That was Julian Fleming who came up with the play. Another first down. It's now a minute 6, now ticking under, clock beginning to roll. Minute 2, minute 1. Stroud has 2 options receiving out to his left and right, and a lone man in the backfield as he's back in the shotgun to pass. Across the middle, wide open, he's got his man. Spin move at the 5-yard line, Xavier Johnson. What a move! The man who came up big with his first reception and touchdown against Notre Dame in the opening week, he's got one in the college football semifinal.
The patience from Stroud. He lobbed it down the left hash. Johnson caught it at the 10. He pirouetted at the 5 and somehow got over the goal line. He hadn't had a touchdown catch since the week 1 game against Notre Dame. He's got one in the playoff as time was expiring in the first half.
A white knight, Colin Baryshnikov with dance moves like that. Here comes the PAT from Noah Ruggles, and he puts it up the middle, and it's good on the PAT for one more. Ohio State back in front by 4, 28-24, with less than a minute to go here in the second quarter in the first half of the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be back here in just a minute on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV, the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by
Ohio State back in front of the number 1 ranked Georgia Bulldogs here at the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta, Georgia at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. 28-24 your score. The Buckeyes out in front. Winner of this game goes to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, California to play the TCU Horned Frogs for the national championship of the college football playoff. And let's take a look back at that score. 37 yards to Xavier Johnson from the arm of C.J. Stroud. A brilliant, beautiful move at the 10-yard line to get that score.
And a 55-second touchdown drive. Efficient there from Ohio State.
Stetson Bennett and the Bulldogs offense looking to answer right back. 3 receivers out spread to the left side of Stetson Bennett. He looks immediately over and he had the pass broken up. Who else? JT Tuimoloau gets his left hand on that one to reject it as it was coming over. A beautiful pass it would have been from Bennett, but it was not to be due to big Ohio State 44.
And he wags his right pointer finger back and forth like Mutombo and says, not today, but a great deflection there by Tuimoloau. It was a screen pop pass out to the left side of Kearis Jackson. Tuimoloau was raw all over it.
The incompletion brings up 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line of the Georgia Bulldogs. 46 seconds, beg your pardon, for Stetson Bennett to try to do something. He looks out to his left, back to pass. It was tipped up and almost interception number 2. It was in the direction of Cam Brown, who would have had the pick if he was able to hold on to it, but in perfect placement. And for Georgia, it brings up 3rd and 10.
Bennett threw high to McConkey, who was coming across the slant route. It was high. It was knocked down by Brown, who made another nice play. He stays home there instead of trying to bite. McConkey got him to bite a little bit, but Brown didn't give in.
Big 3rd and 10 here for Georgia. Ohio State could potentially get the ball back again. That's something that Georgia does not want to happen. They're in victory formation right now, or they will indeed take the knee and run the clock out. Not wanting Ohio State to get another ball back, even if that means shutting down this drive. And the crowd comes alive at the end of the first half. 30 minutes of action have gone by, and at the end of them, Ohio State has a slim 4-point lead over the number 1 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, here at the 2022 Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. College football playoff semifinal action will continue in the second half. At halftime, you'll hear from your play-by-play and color commentators for the next 2 quarters of action. It's Matt Goldman and Kole Emplit back with you on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. For Tyler Danburg and myself, thanks so much for listening to us and watching us on the booth cam on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV on YouTube. We thank you so much for choosing us as your home of the CFP on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics. But until the From the Field recaps at the end of the game on our social media pages, alongside Tyler Danburg, I'm Caleb Spinner. That's the half. We're out of here.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1-off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around, will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Coming soon to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Season 2 of the Nothing But Nylon podcast with Gabe and Tyreek, covering all things Ohio State men's basketball.
Bringing you news, analysis, and more. Episodes will be coming to you every Tuesday starting November 1st. We hope to see you soon on Nothing But Nylon. Peace.
Hey everyone, my name is Jack Murphy, and I'm one of the co-hosts of The Nightcap, a new podcast here at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Join me and my co-host Sam Cerrone every week for a discussion about the current state of sports and an interview with one of the top members of the Ohio State athletic community. We have a new podcast every Wednesday, and you can get us on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Go Bucks.
Zachary Rodier here, host of 614 Check on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's Podcast Network. We're the only dedicated podcast talking about the Ohio State men's and women's ice hockey teams and the Columbus Blue Jackets. In each episode, we will cover everything you need to know in the NHL and NCAA surrounding the 614 hockey area code, and we will have exclusive interviews with the best 614 hockey personalities, including players, media personnel, and journalists. Listen to 614 Check, linktr.ee/614check, 4check spelled FORECHECK. Hope to see you there.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around, will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Coming soon to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Season 2 of the Nothing But Nylon podcast with Gabe and Tyreek, covering all things Ohio State men's basketball.
Bringing you news, analysis, and more. Episodes will be coming to you every Tuesday starting November 1st. We hope to see you soon on Nothing But Nylon. Peace.
Hey everyone, my name is Jack Murphy, and I'm one of the co-hosts of The Nightcap, a new podcast here at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Join me and my co-host Sam Cerrone every week for a discussion about the current state of sports and an interview with one of the top members of the Ohio State athletic community. We have a new podcast every Wednesday, and you can get us on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Go Bucks!
Zachary Rodier here, host of 614 Check on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's Podcast Network. We're the only dedicated podcast talking about the Ohio State men's and women's ice hockey teams and the Columbus Blue Jackets. In each episode, we will cover everything you need to know in the NHL and NCAA surrounding the 614 hockey area code, and we will have exclusive interviews with the best 614 hockey personalities, including players, media personnel, and journalists. Listen to 614 Check, linktr.ee/614check, 4check spelled FORECHECK. Hope to see you there.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together we...
Welcome back. You're here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network. Matt Goldman here. Kole Emplit. We'll have your halftime show in your second half as Ohio State leads 28-24 in the college football playoff semifinal Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl. Kole, it's been an impressive half, a high-scoring affair from both sides. C.J. Stroud slinging it with just 55-second drive to end the half to Xavier Johnson for a touchdown. What have you liked from the Buckeyes?
Yeah, we'll start out to say simply, you couldn't have asked for a better game in the college football playoff semifinal, but you said it exactly best. Ohio State, what have they done so far? C.J. Stroud being able to make connections through the air. So far tonight, 238 yards passing with 3 touchdowns, and that has been the identity of this Ohio State offense, as we'll get into a little more. Their run game has not been there, Matt. 13 attempts, only 10 yards on the ground. In comparison, Georgia has been able to run 122 yards throughout the middle. They've done a great job at counterattack to this Ohio State rushing attack, and that has forced CJ to pass it. Well, it's been doing great so far. They're going to need to get a more balanced attack going forward in the second half if they want to keep this one going.
You talk about the running game for both sides. Ohio State averaging just a yard per rushing attempt, while Georgia averages 9.4 rushing yards per attempt. I mean, that's astonishing. They're beating the Buckeyes up front, the line of scrimmage.
And that's exactly that. We talk about Kenny McIntosh, Darius Edwards, who have done a great job, and some of those have just been picked up on some big plays. McIntosh, we saw a 52-yard run where he ended up stumbling just near that end zone, but they eventually score. Same thing, Darius Edwards, a 21-yard rush attack as well. They've done a great job finding those big plays, which has so far, this Ohio State defense has been the only thing they have not been able to stop quite yet.
So how have we gotten here? C.J. Stroud, 15 for 19 the first half with 238 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. On the flip side, Stetson Bennett, 12 for 19, 195 yards, 1 touchdown, and the 1 interception that he threw to Steele Chambers, a native of Georgia. That interception was a big deal for both sides, as that really changed the momentum for Ohio State, allowing them to go up to 2 scores at the time, but Georgia was able to take their way back. What have you liked from Stetson Bennett so far, or what has Ohio State done well to contain him?
Yeah, definitely so. We'll speak on 2 parts. Stetson's done a great job throughout the air. He's been playing confident, and he's been playing cool under pressure. 12 for 19, 195 yards, and that touchdown pass, as you mentioned. Also has 1 on the ground, but you hit on it. He threw a bad ball to Steele Chambers that Chambers was able to pick up. You mentioned Ohio State was able to go down and score, but he's just been confident. Like you said, he has the offensive talent at his helm, and when the things are clicking, he's getting those blocks up front. He's able to make those passes, but that's the only thing. When that's able to happen, Ohio State's defensive line has caused Bennett some pressure here and there out throughout the night. It's just up to this Georgia offensive line, the way they can contain Ohio State's defense, to which we saw a little bit here in the first half.
Georgia's defense has not been too great today in the passing game against C.J. Stroud. They've been great up front, as we talked about. Ohio State only 10 rushing yards combined. Georgia, the second best scoring defense in the nation, going up against Ohio State. Coming to this game was the second best scoring offense. There's a lot at stake for this game. They will travel, the winner of this game, to Los Angeles for next Monday night to face off against the 3rd-ranked TCU Horned Frogs, who beat the Michigan Wolverines today in a tight matchup in Glendale, Arizona. When you look at both sides, Kole, both rushing attacks have been very opposite of each other. But in a way, the passing attacks have been pretty similar. C.J. Stroud able to sling it a little further than Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, I would definitely agree so. And that's just because Ohio State has been only able to pass the ball. We talked about it again. The rushing attack has not been there. That's for C.J. Stroud and company to go through the air. And talking about some weapons on that offensive end for Ohio State, Marvin Harrison Jr., one of the best wide receivers in the country, has been doing it all for this Buckeye squad so far. 5 catches for 106 yards and 2 touchdowns in tonight's game. Already 8 targets, which leads both teams so far. He's been able to make some big plays, and of course Stroud being able to find it, but there's a reason why Harrison's one of the best wide receivers in the country. He's consistently able to make play after play for this Buckeye squad.
4 touchdowns from Ohio State, 3 through the air. The 4th one, thanks to Mayan Williams, who churned his way to the end zone. Mayan Williams, 8 yards on 3 rushing attempts. Georgia's Keely Ringo in the secondary have struggled against Emeka Egbuka and Marvin Harrison Jr. a lot. What do they need to change up? And Will Muschamp, the co-defensive coordinator for Georgia, what should they change up in the second half if they need to contain Ohio State and not allow this air raid passing attack?
You know, we talk about so often some good matchups, both wide receiver on DB, on CB action, but that's the way they have to proceed as if they want to go. Do they want to go man coverage? Do they want to leave Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka one-on-one, or they want to drop into a little bit of more zone? The man coverage allows them to get more up front on that defensive line, which we've seen Stroud under pressure a couple times tonight. But for the majority, I have to see Georgia dropping back to his zone just a little bit. Keep some man coverage on them just a bit. But at the same time, you have to make sure to drop guys back. Let C.J. Stroud have a little more time in the pocket, but at the same time, limit that passing attack just a little bit.
A very disciplined game from both sides. 3 penalties combined from both teams, 1 for Ohio State and 2 for Georgia. 6:38 to go until we get set for the third quarter action. I'll have play-by-play for the third quarter. Kole will have the 4th. And we'll be back in just a moment on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network, your halftime show coming up.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half off margs and dollar off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around will be on SGSR Recap in case you miss post-game live on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. So make sure you listen to SGSR Recap on your favorite listening platform on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hey Buckeye fans, this is Patrick Engels, president of the Sports and Society Initiative Student Club. Are you interested in pursuing a career in sports and hearing from professionals who work in the sports industry? If so, then come find us in room 274 of the Journalism Building for SSI's bi-weekly meetings. Join us every other Monday at 7:30 p.m. to hear from qualified guest speakers who work in sports throughout Columbus, Ohio, and beyond. For questions regarding our club, please contact myself, our treasurer Jacob Benj, or our advisor, Dr. Nicole Kraft. Go Bucks!
This is Matt Goldman, Vice President of SGSR, and you're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio network of Ohio State Athletics.
Coming soon to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Season 2 of the Nothing But Nylon podcast with Gabe and Tyreek, covering all things Ohio State men's basketball.
Bringing you news, analysis, and more. Episodes will be coming to you every Tuesday starting November 1st. We hope to see you soon on Nothing But Nylon. Peace.
Hey everyone, my name is Jack Murphy, and I'm one of the co-hosts of The Nightcap, a new podcast here at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Join me and my co-host Sam Cerrone every week for a discussion about the current state of sports and an interview with one of the top members of the Ohio State athletic community. We have a new podcast every Wednesday, and you can get us on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Go Bucks!
Zachary Rodier here, host of 614 Check on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's Podcast Network. We're the only dedicated podcast talking about the Ohio State men's and women's ice hockey teams and the Columbus Blue Jackets. In each episode, we will cover everything you need to know in the NHL and NCAA surrounding the 614 hockey.
Welcome back here. 2:20 remaining in halftime until the second half is underway for the college football playoff semifinal Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That's Kole Emplit. I'm Matt Goldman here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network, the official student radio home of Ohio State Athletics. Ohio State, the number 4 seed, leads the first-ranked Georgia Bulldogs 28-24 in a hotly contested matchup. Cole, second half thoughts coming this way for Ohio State. How does the defense limit the running game of Georgia?
You just got to stack the box a little bit more. You have to make Stetson Bennett do it. We've seen him be able to move the ball, however, but if their running game is hot, there's no need for him to have the ball in his hands. You got to apply more pressure up top, go a little more man coverage because the receivers haven't beat Ohio State's DBs deep at all yet today. We've only seen the running attack really blow over this Ohio State defense, and in turn, this Ohio State offense, they have to get their running game going. As much as C.J. Stroud has been great so far, the wide receivers have been great so far, they have to establish a balanced attack. They have to keep Georgia off their feet. They can't have Georgia's defense knowing, hey, this is going to be a pass 3 out of the 4 times that they're going to come out to the line. Ohio State need to establish that run game where they only have 10 yards total in this first half. Dallin Hayden, Mayan Williams are going to be a big impact if they want to try to get this Ohio State offense going and clicking in the second half.
Some key injuries that some players that may not come back in the second half. Both tight ends for both sides. Darnell Washington for Georgia, who's arguably the top 4 tight end in the NFL draft coming up. And then Cade Stover for Ohio State as well, headed to the locker room in the first half. We will see if they do return for the second half. Just under 40 seconds until the second half starts. Georgia gets the ball. Cole, Georgia once again on the board to start the second half off right. What do?
Well, let's expect them to run the ball a little bit. You talked about as well. Darnell Washington, as of right now, is out. That's something that is the most versatile part of this offense is the 2 tight end set they run with both Washington and Brock Bowers. Without him in the game, they start to lose a little credibility between those two. So you have to see that they're going to try to establish the run just here a little bit, keep Ohio State off guard, and keep doing what the Bulldogs have been doing all game, which is running it right down Ohio State's throat.
You talked about Darnell Washington. He is on the sidelines with crutches. Looks like Washington's day is over. In the second half, we'll start with the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll be going left to right as the Buckeyes in their all-white uniforms going right to left. Jaden Fielding, the kicker for the Buckeyes, will send it the way to Kieris Jackson, the dangerous return man and wide receiver for the Bulldogs.
Here we go, Matt. Doesn't get better than this. Doesn't get better than this. A chance to go to the national title game. One half to go between these 2 great teams.
Fielding sends it away, and the second half is underway. Jackson, he'll return it at the 2-yard line. Takes it out downside the right side. Goes towards the sideline. Sony Styles gets in there for the tackle. Coming to this game, Kieris Jackson was averaging 21 yards per kickoff attempt. Georgia will start the ball. And it looks like it's going to be on their own 28-yard line. Stetson Bennett returns to the game for Georgia and company. Can the Bulldogs get things going in this third quarter to take the lead back over the Buckeyes? Ball on the 29-yard line. Bennett, 3 receivers to his left. Kenny McIntosh in the backfield on his left hip. Bennett in the gun, motions over McIntosh to the right side. Bennett takes the handoff, gives it to McIntosh. Nowhere to be found as Ohio State's defensive line comes in there for McIntosh. An extra little push after the play by Georgia to get a couple more yards for McIntosh.
Yeah, and you said it best there. Georgia's offensive line pushing McIntosh. What looked to be a stuff at the line actually picked up 4 yards. And we talked about it. Georgia immediately reestablishing the run game here, trying to get it going quick.
Ball will be placed on the 29-yard line of Georgia. They're near the right hash. 2 receivers to Bennett's right, 1 to his left. McIntosh motions out to the left side for the screen. Bennett looks around, he throws deep. He's got McConkley over the top of his head. Brock Bowers was the intended receiver. Could not be caught. Bennett threw it a little too deep down the right side of the field. Lathan Ransom in coverage.
Yeah, I want to say that's great defense by Lathan Ransom, but in reality, it just soared a little bit over Bowers' head on that one. Ohio State with a lucky break that time.
The Ohio State crowd that has showed up today to Mercedes-Benz Stadium up on their feet for the big 3rd and 6 for Bennett. Ball still on the 33-yard line. 14:07 remains in the third quarter. 3 receivers to Bennett's left, 2 to his right. Bennett in the gun. Takes the snap. Pressure from 3 men. Looks around, he's got time. Ball is tipped and deflected. Jerron Cage deflects the ball. 4th and 6. Georgia will punt it away. Great defense from the Buckeyes.
And you said it, Matt, a great defensive start for this Buckeye squad who's given up 24 points, but quick 3 and out here as we see it again. A great deflection that time in Ohio State. Looking to have some pretty decent field position after this punt.
Brett Thorson, the SEC all-freshman team punter, will punt it from the 33-yard line. Emeka Ibuka set to return for the Buckeyes. And the punt from Thorson. And Ibuka will fair catch the ball at Ohio State's 29-yard line. Play will continue as C.J. Stroud leads his team out for his first possession of the second half. 13:56, Ohio State leads by 4. So the running game has not been the greatest for Ohio State. Do you try and establish the run on this possession, Cole?
You have to a little bit. Your defense did a great job stopping Georgia. Did exactly what they needed to do with a quick 3 and out. See what the run game can get you at least here on this first down, in my opinion. See what you can get with Dallin Hayden in the backfield with Stroud, and see what you can really start to build up on this drive.
Stroud, 2 receivers to his left and right. Mitch Rossi's in the game at tight end. Hayden in the backfield on his right side. Stroud in the gun, motions over Ibuka. Stroud snaps the ball, fakes the handoff. He's looking around, he's got time, pressure is coming. He's got Julian Fleming deep! Fleming with the catch! Brings into opponent territory. Beautiful pass and catch to Julian Fleming for a big gain.
Big gain indeed. Stroud went through all of his options that time, eventually finding Fleming where he just burned Keelan Rigo on that one. There's no chance he was able to catch up with him. The speedy wide receiver Fleming that time making a huge grab for Ohio State.
That passing catch was good for 25 yards. Ohio State has the ball on Georgia's 45. Stroud, 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. In the backfield is Xavier Johnson, the handoff to Johnson under center with Stroud. Johnson continues to churn. He gets a couple of yards. He'll be short of the first down marker. Looks to be good for 7 to 8 yards.
And Xavier Johnson, who scored that touchdown to end the half for Ohio State, looks to be limping off just a little bit. But we've seen it multiple times this season, Johnson getting inserted into that backfield when they've been a little depleted in that department. A good pickup that time.
Smile Munden, the MAC position for Georgia, was in for the tackle. 2 receivers to Stroud. On his right side, they motion in, 1 to his left. In the backfield, Dallin Hayden. Fakes the handoff, play action, Stroud, he's looking deep. And he's got a man, Emeka Ibuka this time. The first down and more. Ibuka gets down to the 18-yard line of Georgia. They are churning now and dialing it up.
And the air raid continues. Stroud having plenty of time in the pocket, finds a wide-open Ibuka just crossing over the middle. Great job there by Ohio State.
Stroud, 3 receivers to his left. to his right side, Stroud looks over to the sideline, will reset. He's got 20 on the play clock. Stroud looks around. 1 to his left, 3 to his right. Motions over Rossi the other side. The handoff in the shotgun. Gives it up to Xavier Johnson. Moves his way for a few down the left hash. And Ohio State will pick up 6 yards on that run with 11:48 remaining in the third quarter.
And just like that, Xavier Johnson becomes Ohio State's top rusher today. Only 15 yards, but doing a great job on this drive in particular, keeping this Georgia defense questioning what's coming next for the Buckeyes.
Multiple substitutions for the Bulldogs defense as they're trying to figure things out. Stroud under gun. 3 receivers to his left. Hands it off, up the middle. Xavier Johnson can't get much. So they continue to use Xavier Johnson as the running back. He's kind of been the H-back for this Ohio State team, but he's been pretty good the last couple games for Ohio State, and he's showing it once again.
Yeah, nothing too much there, but you talked about just being able to keep him in, and he's got the hot drive. Why not stay with him for this 3rd and short situation?
The receivers for Ohio State, Marvin Harrison Jr., Mitch Rossi, Emeka Ibuka, Xavier Johnson in the backfield. Stroud goes under center. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Stroud fakes the handoff, play action. He rolls outside. He's got Emeka Ibuka who walks into the end zone. Touchdown Ohio State. They extend their lead. 34-24, Ohio State goes up 10 with 10:37. The beautiful play action and rolling to Stroud's right side. And Georgia was just lost on that play. No one inside Keely Ringo could not get him down. And Ohio State is up big against the Georgia Bulldogs. Noah Ruggles on for the extra point. End over end the kick, and it's good. 35-24, an 11-point game, and this Georgia crowd is stunned here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. What did you see on that play, Cole?
That's C.J. Stroud's 4th touchdown, but you talked about it. Had everyone fooled on that play action, found a wide open Emeka Ibuka who hit the Cristiano Ronaldo C for his touchdown celebration. A great job by Ohio State's offense there after their defense got a stop. Now you have to keep that momentum going. You know what the offense has been able to do all day long. You need your defense to come up big once again. Get another quick stop and get your offense back on the ball. And, hey, they did a great job running at that time. Xavier Johnson up to 23 yards on the day, having a good job getting him involved in keeping this Ohio State offense a mystery going against Georgia's defense.
Emeka Ibuka, that was a 10-yard touchdown reception for him. 6 plays, 70 yards, 319 on that drive. Just such an efficient drive for Ryan Day and company as they were able to take some time off, but at the same time, they managed to march down the field, and it looked with ease.
And you said it, looked with ease. C.J. Stroud looked too comfortable in the pocket that time. He's only had 4 incompletions to go along with his nearly 300 yards today and 4 touchdowns. But his receivers have been making play after play. Emeka Ibuka, Marvin Harrison, Julian Fleming all over this drive. And the Buckeye wide receivers we knew were going to be the X factors in today's ball game. They're sure showing it right now.
Ohio State leads by 11. 10:37 remaining in the third quarter. We'll be back in just a moment on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye.
Welcome back here in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Kole Emplit, I'm Matt Goldman. Ohio State has just taken a bigger lead here in the College Football Playoff semifinal Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl with 10:37 remaining in the third quarter as Emeka Buka scored the last touchdown for the Buckeyes, extending their lead to 11. Jaden Fielding of Ohio State will kick it away to Kearis Jackson, who stands in the Georgia end zone. Fielding sends the kick away towards the right side of the end zone. Jackson watches it go over his head, and here comes Stetson Bennett in this Georgia offense.
And at the break, the second time tonight, here in what is a very hostile Georgia crowd, we've been hearing the OHIO chants ringing around. The Buckeyes, as we talked about, have all the momentum right now. Let's see how their defense comes out after getting a quick 3-and-out their last time out.
For a spot in the national championship game against the TCU Horned Frogs. A tightly contested matchup. Can Georgia match the last drive for the Buckeyes? Bennett under center. 2 receivers to his left, 2 to his right. McIntosh in backfield. Jackson moves back in motions, gives up to McIntosh, breaks hole up the middle, and just gets the first down for Georgia. The chains will move.
And we're seeing again, Georgia once again relying on this rushing attack. McIntosh, again, another 10 yards. He's up to 60 now today for the Georgia Bulldogs. He's having a great day and is a key part of this offensive squad right now.
Bennett, 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. McIntosh to the left hip. Bennett in the gun. Bennett looks around, motions McIntosh to his right side. Bennett takes the handoff, gives it up. McIntosh stopped at the line by a gang of Buckeyes. Teron, Vinton, Steele Chambers were able to get in there and limit McIntosh to no yards on that play.
Yeah, swarmed by Ohio State. Looked like Ty Hamilton had the first initial tackle, but again, a great job by the Ohio State defensive line, stuffing McIntosh right there, doing a great job being able to contain him after he's had such a great start to this drive.
Checking into the ball game now, Dejon Edwards, the other tailback for Georgia, at the left of the Bennett in the gun. 2 receivers to his left, 2 tight ends to his right. Bowers motions on over, back to the right side. Bennett snaps the ball, gives it up. Edwards is able to find a couple past the right hash. Clock continues to tick. Just about 9 minutes left in this third quarter. Only a 3-yard gain for Edwards on that run.
And Georgia seems very content at just moving the ball on the ground. But 3rd and long now, they're going to have to force Stetson Bennett to make a play throughout the air.
And the Ohio State fan section up on their feet, trying to cause noise for Bennett. Bennett in the gun all alone. 2 receivers to his right, 3 to his left. Claps once, no snap. Claps twice, snaps the ball. 4 men coming. Bennett looks around, he dances in the pocket. He's almost sacked by JTT, who brings the pressure. Incomplete pass, 4th down. JTT celebrates with the sideline.
You hit on it. JT Tuimoloau applying the pressure. Stetson Bennett stepped up in the pocket. He thought he had enough time, but Tuimoloau just creating enough pressure there. Almost got the ball hit right there, causing a fumble, but they are saying it is an incomplete pass. It will be 4th and 7. Back-to-back Ohio State defense forcing a Georgia punt.
This is a Pac-12 referee crew, officiating crew here, and Chris Cotty, the head referee, deemed an incomplete pass. As some might have thought, Bennett was hit and could have been a fumble. Nonetheless, Brett Thorson will come on for the punt for Georgia on the right hash mark. Emeka Buka waits around the 16-yard line. Thorson sends a boom of a punt. Buka sends the fair catch and will be downed just about the 10-yard line of Ohio State. Ohio State leads by 11 with 8:15 remaining in the third quarter. We'll be back in just a moment on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half off margs and dollar off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap.
Welcome back here to the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl College Football Playoff semifinal at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in downtown Atlanta, Georgia. Just a beautiful sight, an unreal environment to call the college football playoff game, as Ohio State leads by 11 with 8:15 remaining. Ohio State's gonna have the ball at their own 10-yard line, and this Buckeyes offense is hot right now. I said this week on the Block O Show, if Ohio State can get over 30 points, I think they win this game. And right now, Ohio State's hit the 30-point mark and more, and they've limited Georgia, who's been one of the tougher offenses in the nation, to only 24 points.
That's exactly that. This Ohio State rushing attack, for start, they need to keep a dual balance attack, which we saw in their last drive, getting Xavier Johnson involved. And this will be a big test for Ohio State's offense to repeat success that they just found, but a bigger testament to the Georgia defense, who has now allowed back-to-back Ohio State touchdowns. They got to slow down this Ohio State attack, where they have great field position going against Ohio State, which is on the 10-yard line.
Ohio State is the first team this year to score over 30 points on the Bulldogs. Stroud under center, two receivers to his left, one to his right, fakes the handoff, gives it up. That's Emeka Egbuka on the jet sweep play. Egbuka can't get too much on that run.
Yeah, only a couple, like you said, on that one for Emeka Egbuka, but I'm liking the play call from Ryan Day. You're keeping it fresh, you're keeping multiple options out there, and keeping Georgia defense on their toes right now with that sweep to Egbuka.
Chip Trainum is the running back for Ohio State. One receiver to his right, three to his left. They motion on in. Mitch Rossi, the tight end. Stroud under gun. Motions over. Emeka Egbuka. Stroud takes the snap. Looks around. He is sacked. Boom! What a sack! Wow, the pressure was brought from Bear Alexander, the nose tackle for the Bulldogs.
You said it, completely blindsided Stroud in the backfield. Just no protection that time. That leaves Ohio State with a 3rd and deep on their own 8-yard line.
Javon Bullard, the hybrid safety, also gets in there. He's credited with the sack. 3rd and 12, ball on the 8-yard line for Ohio State. Lots of miscommunication from the sideline of Ohio State. Only 9 seconds on the play clock. Stroud, 3 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. And a flag. Illegal substitution called in Ohio State. Half the distance to the goal. And now back them up 4 more yards to make it 3rd and 16, ball at their own 4-yard line. Not the drive the Buckeyes wanted, Cole.
And I exactly hit on this. This would be a drive that is more testament to the Georgia defense. How do you come out and respond when Ohio State has punched you right in the chin, back-to-back touchdowns, and so far, now with the flag as well, Ohio State has a 3rd and deep on their own 4-yard line. They got to avoid a safety here, Matt.
Stroud's got trips formation on his left side. Marvin Harrison Jr. along the right side. Motioning over Sabuka to the right side. Rossi in the backfield. Takes the snap under the gun. Pressure coming. Almost gets the touch to Marvin Harrison Jr. Incomplete. On the coverage was David Daniel Savannah, the strong safety. Just a little too high for Marvin Harrison Jr. Pressure was coming, Kole.
And everything went right for Georgia on that drive. They'd all started with a punt, pinning Ohio State on their own 10-yard line. Back-to-back hits and then a big sack from this Georgia defense, which forces Ohio State punting from the very back of their own end zone.
Jesse Mirko, his back foot is just near the white of the end zone. Ohio State needs to make sure. Kieris Jackson waiting at the Ohio State 40. Mirko sends the punt away, end over end. Jackson's going to have to back up, receives at the 47. Jackson makes a couple man miss. Down the center of the field, makes another couple guys miss. And a great return for Georgia as they'll set up in some pride field position. Jesse Mirko, the punter, comes away with the tackle. And just like that, it kind of feels like we're at a Georgia home game. The momentum has shifted back in favor, even though Georgia is down by 11. Balls at the Ohio State 32-yard line.
And we've seen this all year from this Georgia defensive unit, making hard plays on the offenses and keep it going, and now sets up easy success for the Georgia offense. They're now going to sit down on their own, Ohio State's 32-yard line, set them up with great field position.
Bennett in the backfield. He's got Edwards. Motions over, receiver to his left side. 2 to his left, 1 to his right. McConkley moves back. Edwards gets the snap. Not much on the handoff. Only gets 2 yards on that carry.
And Matt, they are just continuing to run the ball. If they need to, which they've done a great job in the first half, starting to slow up in the second, but if they don't need the ball in Stetson Bennett's hands, they're not going to really do it. McIntosh able to pick up just a couple that time. They're going to credit him with 2 yards officially.
Trevante Jean-Baptiste, the defensive end for Ohio State, credited with the tackle. Clock continues to tick. 5:38 remains in the third quarter. Ball on the 30-yard line of Ohio State. Georgia 2nd and 8. Bennett under center. He's got Edwards in the backfield. 3 receivers to his left side. Motions over Bowers. Motions Bowers back to the right side. Hands it off to Edwards up the middle and is tripped up by Tommy Eichenberg. Right at the line of scrimmage. Might have got 1 yard on that play. Tommy Eichenberg, he's been the top linebacker all year for Ohio State, and he does it once again.
Eichenberg doing a great job just getting at the ankle that time at Edwards, but back-to-back drives now for this Bulldog squad, running it twice on their first and second down. It's going to force Stetson Bennett as we're seeing a 5-wide out for him on a 3rd and deep here.
The crowd noise here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium starting to become a factor. McIntosh is checking the game as the tailback. Trips receivers to Bennett's right. 1 to his left. Bennett snaps once. He's in the gun. Snaps twice. Pressure coming from Ohio State. Bennett's looking around. He dances. He's taken down. Zach Harrison for Ohio State. Tyleek Williams, the gang sack. What a shift of momentum by Ohio State's defense. Wow.
And we see again Zach Harrison with the initial hit. Coming in, Williams as well. A great job there. We talk about the Georgia defensive line. How about the Ohio State defensive line? Zach Harrison coming up with another big tackle that time. And here we go. Georgia's going to set up their field goal unit.
This is a 51-yard field goal attempt for Georgia. Jack Podlansky, the place kicker. Bennett, the holder. And the long snappers, Payne Walker. A big field goal. Walker sends a snap. Kick on the way. Under, over, no good, to the right, Podlansky misses. Wow, the Ohio State crowd goes crazy. 3:50 remains in the third quarter, scores the same. Ohio State leads 35-24. What a big break for the Buckeyes defense, who really earned it on that drive.
Georgia started with phenomenal field position. Couldn't have asked for anything better, and Matt, you hammered it. A great defensive stop for Ohio State. Zach Harrison getting Bennett on 3rd and 7, setting up a long field goal for the second time tonight. A missed field goal for the Georgia squad. Ohio State's going to set up now from their own 34-yard line, looking to reestablish their game after it was so deep in the end zone their last time out.
Both teams have 3 timeouts. 3:50 in the third quarter. Ohio State up 35-24. We'll be back on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, Big Hot.
Welcome back here to Mercedes-Benz Stadium. 3:50 remains in the third quarter. Matt Goldman here. That's Kole Emplit here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Network, your official student radio home of Ohio State athletics. The missed field goal from Jack Podlansky for Georgia. Really a crush for the Bulldogs. And the big news for Ohio State, Cade Stover has gone to a local hospital for precautionary reasons after back spasms. His parents went to the hospital with him, as Patrick Murphy reported for Bucknuts 24/7. Stroud. He's got Dallin Hayden back there. Under gun, fakes the handoff, looks around. He's got plenty of time. Pressure's coming now. Flag down on the play. He's got a Buka for a couple yards. Holding call against DeJuan Jones. The tackle for Ohio State, the starting right tackle. And that brings the Buckeyes back 10 yards, 3:43 remains in the third quarter. Ball will now go 10 yards back to Ohio State's 24-yard line.
And ever since that first drive to kick off the second half of this Ohio State offense, starting to slow down a little bit. We're seeing now back-to-back penalties the last two drives. Let's see what Ohio State's going to dial up here, 1st and 20.
Clock continues to tick, 3:30 in the third quarter. 1st and 20 for Ohio State. Stroud's got two men in the backfield, two receivers to his left, one to his right. He's got pressure, snaps the ball. DeJuan Jones with a big block, looks downfield. He's got a man deep, Marvin Harrison Jr., and a flag will be called. Keely Ringo, the left side cornerback, all day, all over Marvin Harrison Jr., was trailing down into opponent territory. And a 15-yard penalty negates the holding call from Ohio State. It's an automatic first down. And Ringo was all over Marvin Harrison Jr. He struggled tonight, Cole.
Yeah, and that's exactly the best way to put it. All over, which is now gone the nickname Can't Guard Marvin Harrison Jr. Ringo all over him. It's clear why there's two penalty flags on that time, and you said it. It bails out Ohio State's penalty. Now they're going to have it set up 1st and 10 on their own 39.
Speaking of nicknames, Marvin Harrison Jr. is another nickname you might think for the star wide receiver for Ohio State. 106 yards on 5 receptions today. No touchdowns for Harrison Jr. Stroud, he's got one man in the backfield, 3 receivers to his left. Motions, snaps the ball, and the gun. He's gonna have to move it now. Stroud might run it on his own. He does. Stroud picks up about 8 yards on that run. He ran to his left side, evaded pressure from Georgia's Walthor, the defensive end, Tremo Walthor. good use of legs from C.J. Stroud, something Ohio State fans have not seen a lot.
And that's what exactly you hit on. Ohio State fans have been asking for Stroud to use his legs, be a little mobile, that time picking up 7 yards, avoiding pressure, and making something happen for this Buckeyes offense.
I'm sure NFL scouts love to see that as Stroud, presumed to be one of the top picks in the NFL draft coming up. Nonetheless, Ohio State has a 2nd and 3 on their own 46-yard line. Stroud motions over, pitches on the left side. Dallin Hayden, who breaks through a tackle. He's got one man to beat, and he gets a first down and then some. Continues to turn the chains into opponent territory are the Buckeyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a true freshman right there. Dallin Hayden getting his mojo going here in this second half. A big game for this Ohio State offense and another first down.
And the clock continues to tick for Ohio State. They're up 11. Ball on the 37-yard line. Stroud fakes the handoff, play action. He looks around deep. He's got Abuka at the 15-yard line. Goes out of bounds at the 10 on the left side of the field. What a pretty passing catch for Ohio State. This connection has been hot all day, Cole.
C.J. Stroud's playing his best football game we've seen all year. He's well over the 300-yard mark, and he's making it look too easy that time to Abuka.
27 yards to Abuka's name on that catch. Abuka's over the 100-yard mark, 103 yards on the day for Abuka on 7 catches. Now Ohio State, they're at the 10-yard line, looking to add to their 11-point lead here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Stroud's got 2 receivers to his right side. Hayden in the backfield, 1 to his left. Stroud hands it off to Hayden, who churns his way for about 3 yards on that gain. So the running game for Ohio State, it's starting to pick up little by little for Ohio State as they get their way towards the 4th quarter with just a minute remaining. But it's a good sign to see Ohio State's running game has some life.
And that's all you can ask for, having a mixed attack going against this Georgia defense.
Ball at the 7-yard line, 50 seconds remain. Stroud's got 3 receivers to his left side, 1 to his right. Hayden in the backfield to his left hip. Stroud snaps the ball. He's going towards the end zone. Intended for Julian Fleming, incomplete. Keely Ringo on the coverage for Georgia. He was trying to find him towards the right side of the end zone in the corner. Looked like a little fade route for Ohio State. Makes it 3rd down.
And Ohio State on 2nd down, going aggressive there, going for the back of the end zone. 3rd and 7 from there, just in the middle now on their own 7-yard line. Let's see what they can make.
Can Ohio State extend their lead? 43 seconds, 3rd and goal. Ball at the 7-yard line, Ohio State up 11. 3 receivers to his left side, 1 to his right. In the shotgun, Stroud takes the snap. He looks around, pressure's coming. He's got to throw it up in the back of the end zone. Harrison Jr., does he catch it? And he is down on the ground. Marvin Harrison Jr. is hurt. Joe Royer is called over for the medical staff. Harrison Jr. is down on the ground. Flag on the play as well.
Yeah, Marv has not moved. He took a shot that time, which I'm pretty sure what that penalty flag was for, in the back of the end zone. Could have been a potential target on that one, but Marvin Harrison being seeked after from the medical staff, he has not moved. And they said officially now it is going to be a targeting call. They're going to take a look at this, but Marvin Harrison Jr. still down in the back of the end zone.
Wow. This is not good for Ohio State. Harrison Jr. still down on the ground. And Ohio State will have the ball. 1st and goal. Targeting will be reviewed. Harrison Jr. still down on the ground. Ryan Day has come over. 3 trainers for Ohio State in the back of the end zone of the Georgia end zone with 35 seconds remain. And if Harrison Jr. is out of this game, Ohio State's top target, done for the day. Keely Ringo has struggled against him. Abuka has had a great game. Cade Stover out. So there's a lot of different weapons that Ohio State's lost today with Cade Stover and possibly Marvin Harrison Jr.
And we're seeing now Marvin Harrison has sat up, still being in full support of this medical staff. Ryan Day still with them, and a great sign. Marvin Harrison is to his feet, but he is being helped off the field now And you have to imagine, this was, first off, a play that we thought C.J. Stroud was initially trying to throw away in the back of the end zone. Marvin Harrison coming in just lately at the end, trying to pick up, takes a shot, which they're going to take a look at for targeting as the flag was called. But Harrison Jr. now being walked off the field, and you can't imagine he's going to come back into this game at all, Matt.
And here comes the call from the head referee for this Pac-12 crew. Looks like they're going to wait until the timeout's back from the TV commercial, minute and 50. And right now in the stadium it says 4th and 7 on the official scoreboard. So maybe they know something we don't know yet. And Ohio State might be kicking in this situation. Jesse Mirko's out on the field, the holder for the possible field goal. So Harrison Jr. got the wind knocked out of him, goes towards the bench on the Ohio State sideline. Being held by 4 trainers now. Harrison Jr. heads to the medical tent for Ohio State. We will provide updates as soon as we get them. So Marvin Harrison Jr. possibly out this game. Cade Stover done for the day. This Ohio State team is already beat up coming to this game. Jackson Smith and Jigba done for the year, going to the draft. Travion Henderson done for the year with ankle surgery. So this Ohio State team, all these weapons going down one by one, and yet they're fighting right now up 11 against the #1 team in the nation.
And you exactly hit it, Matt. You have to be able to keep fighting this offense, and we've seen them, the defense have taken hits all year long. But it's always the next man up mentality, and Ohio State has done a great job at providing that all year. As we talked about, Marvin Harrison Jr. did go to the medical tent, and you kind of ailed to it. Jesse Mirko and No Rose look like they're going to come on the field as C.J. Stroud is stepping off, so it does look like they will have this a 4th down, 4th and 7, and officially Ohio State will be attempting a field goal here.
So Noah Ruggles will come on for the field goal. A 24-yard attempt right in the middle of the hashes to extend Ohio State's lead to a 2-touchdown game. Here we go. To extend the lead, end over end, Ruggles' kick is good. Right down Broadway with 31 seconds remaining. Ohio State 38, Georgia 24. A 2-touchdown game now. A big play for Ohio State. They're able to extend the lead. It's not the result they wanted, but they get points on the board.
Exactly right. Not the result they wanted, as they almost found Marvin Harrison Jr. in the back of the end zone, which initially, like we said, we thought was a throwaway pass from C.J. Stroud. But points are points, and that's all exactly Ohio State needs at this point. You have to be able to consistently keep scoring, and they do again, as they now have outscored Georgia 10-0 here in this third quarter, keeping the Bulldogs as if the last 31 seconds yet has kept them off the board here in this third quarter.
31 seconds remain in the third quarter here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. 38 Ohio State, 24 Georgia. We're seeing C.J. Stroud talking to his defense. Get a stop, get the offense back out on the field, and they'll start running the clock, hopefully, to get a spot in the national championship game, Cole.
And for this Ohio State defense, they've done a great job in this third quarter. Multiple big plays have led to Ohio State putting up some more points. They're going to have to continue it as Georgia takes the field once again.
Fielding's kick goes in the end zone as Jackson watches it go by. And here comes the Bulldogs offense. 31 seconds remain in the third quarter. Ball will be placed on the 25-yard line of the Bulldogs.
And we've seen this entire second half, Georgia's been more and more comfortable running the ball here. With time not on their side, Stetson Bennett, beginning in this fourth quarter especially, is going to have to start making plays throughout the air.
Bennett, he'll have 2 receivers to his right, 2 to his left. He's in the gun with McIntosh to his right hip. Bennett motions a couple men in, 2 receivers both to his right and left. McIntosh to his right hip, motions on over 1 man. He's got the pressure coming. He's going to have to send the slip screen, gives it up to McIntosh. He gives a stiff arm, and McIntosh continues to run. Ohio State can't get him down. His offensive line gives him the extra push, and just like that, Georgia's close to midfield.
We've seen it multiple times tonight, doing a great job on those halfback screens, getting McIntosh involved there. And again, another first down, picking up yards and especially shaking off tackles left and right here.
5 seconds remain in the third quarter. Bennett will not snap it. End of the third quarter, that was a 17-yard completion. And now Georgia will have the ball on their own 42-yard line to start the fourth quarter. The fours go up on both sides, and the lights come on as Georgia fans put their flashlights on in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Pressure is on for a spot in the national championship game. A week away on Monday, the winner will face off against the TCU Horned Frogs. 38-24 is your score. Coverage of the fourth quarter. We'll be back in just a moment. That's Kole Emplit. I'm Matt Goldman.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs at $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game
And welcome back in on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, live from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We're in for a thrilling ending to the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl and a chance to go on to the national title game. Ohio State leads 38-24 over the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs, where this Ohio State offense has been able to get it clicking, and now their defense stepping up big has not let Georgia score so far in this second half, as the Bulldogs are going to start it on their own 42-yard line. We talked about it, Matt. This Georgia offense has been great in the first half, moving the ball. They're kind of sticking to it in the second half, but time winding down, not on their side, down 2 scores. Stetson Bennett is going to have to get the ball in his hands, and he's going to have to make some plays throughout the air.
Totally agree. Georgia right now, I really thought Kenny McIntosh in the first half was so dominant up front for Georgia as they were able to run the ball down Ohio State's throat. Can they do that again? Or can the Buckeyes defense, who's been hot in the second half, stop them?
Stetson Bennett going under center now for the Georgia Bulldogs. McIntosh in the backfield. Bennett, play action. He's looking out to his left, now looking out to his right, going through all his options. He's going to have to dump it off this time. Wrapped up by Still Chambers that time. It was Kyrus Jackson for Georgia, picking up a quick one on that time, just near that first down line. Excuse me, that is Smith, actually. 6-yard pickup, 2nd and 4 for this Bulldogs offense.
Pressure was coming. Stetson Bennett was trying to look downfield. Great coverage from Ohio State. We saw Lathan Ransom, Tanner McAllister, Ronnie Hickman. Just great coverage from the outside. Denzel Burks played pretty well today. And Ohio State not allowing any deep balls. Bennett's going to have to dump it off.
Now in the gun. 3 wide receivers to his right, 1 to his left. He has Edwards at his left hip. Stetson Bennett. Shotgun snap. Bennett looking out left. He's going to connect with Edwards across the middle. Edwards going to get to just about the 37-yard line. He's going to pick up the first down that time. as Georgia has continued to move the ball so far in this drive as he finds Edwards across the middle. Going quick again, Stetson Bennett. This time looking for Brock Bowers, and he does. Brock Bowers continuing to pick up momentum. He's going to be wrapped up near the 16-yard line by Ronnie Hickman. This Bulldogs offense coming alive in the fourth quarter, and they're going to keep it going up-tempo. Bennett, Edwards to the left of him. Quick snap, and this time he's going to give it off to Edwards. QB keeps Stetson Bennett, but he's going to be wrapped up and tackled by Steele Chambers. This Bulldogs offense is going super quick out to start this fourth quarter.
They're trying to catch Ohio State off guard. No better way than to start off the fourth quarter with some momentum. And with that Brock Bowers play, the last play before this Bennett run, he's 6'4", 235. It's no easy task to catch him, but he runs like a receiver. He's right down the middle of the field. Ohio State needs to do a better job with safety help on Bowers.
2nd and 7, and Ohio State's 14 now. Bennett going under center. Looks like to be McIntosh in the backfield. 2 wide receivers to the right. Bennett hands the ball off to Brock Bowers off the sweep. Bowers trying to get some play, but he's going to take a big hit from Ohio State's Lathan Ransom. Unable to get their play off that time. Looks to be about a gain of 1 for the Bulldogs. 3rd and 6 here.
Not every day you see a tight end jet sweep from any team. But when you have Brock Bowers in his unique set of skills, you're able to run that play. But Ohio State, you just mentioned Lathan Ransom, Ronnie Hickman, able to contain him on the outside, not allowing him to get up the field. He had to run east to west on that play instead of north to south.
A big play to start out this fourth quarter. 3rd and 6. Georgia has it on the Ohio State's 13-yard line. Bennett in the backfield. Everyone's joining the offensive line. 2 receivers to the left. Stetson Bennett looking out to his left. He's going to send this one end zone. No good that time. Intended for Adonai Mitchell. Was unable to convert that time. And the Georgia offense, as of right now, staying on the field. And looks like they're going to go for it here. 4th and 6 here. 12:15 to go in the fourth quarter. Georgia staying aggressive.
The trend all game has been targeting Cam Brown for Georgia to go up against Ohio State's possibly weakest tight end. Miscommunication there with Smith. Right up for Ohio State. Don't let them get past the sticks. You can let up a couple yards, but not too many. It's only 4th and 6. Big play right here for Ohio State can stop them.
Here we go. Bennett. He's going to have Rosemary Jackson in the backfield with him. Excuse me, that's going to be Kendall Millen in the backfield. 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Bennett from the right hash mark. On the 13-yard line, talking to his offensive line. Play clock winding down, 2 seconds. He's going to have to get it off. Bennett's got it. He's looking out right. He sends this one. Brock Bowers, who's going to be hit out of bounds. And they are going to look like they're going to pick up that first down, as we're hearing a mix of crowd cheering and booing. And they're going to turn it over. That's going to be a 4th down stop for this Ohio State defense. Intended and targeted Brock Bowers, unable to get to that first down marker, which looked to be a first down at first, and they're going to look the other way. Ohio State coming up, a big stop that time. As the Buckeyes lead 14, they're going to get the ball back on their own 13-yard line. 12-10 to go here in the fourth.
Can you believe it, Ohio State's defense?
I can't.
Who would have thought that's the team and that's the side of the ball that's making the big stops or the big plays?
We're getting a quick update from my man Tyler Danburg, always helpful with our assists. As tweeted out by Patrick Murphy Jr. of Bucknuts 24/7, Marvin Harrison Jr. is out of the tent. He's with his teammates but doesn't have his helmet on, and I think that's the right call, Matt. I don't know what the diagnosis is, and we don't want to digest that in any little bit. But after that big hit, you're up 14. I don't want to risk a young player's career just for this football game. Make sure his mentals are good, and there's no need for him to come back in this ball game.
We've always seen Ryan Day be very conservative with the injuries for both sides of his team. And it's not even just the young capability of Marvin Harrison Jr. It's the next man up mentality for Ohio State. They have the athletes to go out there to replace Marvin Harrison Jr. They might not be as good as Marvin Harrison Jr., but they could fill a void in the passing game that Ohio State is able to do so well against this Georgia defense. C.J. Stroud has cooked this Georgia defense, 319 yards, and the running game has picked up 41 yards in the second half. I know that doesn't sound like a lot to the listeners, but they had 10 yards to start the second half. So you have the 41 yards, quadruple the times of amount you had in that play. And we're going back to the 4th down stop. Lathan Ransom. He has been clutch all day for Ohio State. The safety for the Buckeyes, the junior, he's played so well. He's so good on the outside. And I talked about this week on the Block O Show. Ohio State, if they want to stop, I also talked about on the Feinbaum show, if they want to stop Georgia, they need to get those open field tackle up a little bit, because in that Michigan game we saw Cornelius Johnson was able to go to the Buckeyes and Tanner McAllister and Cam Brown couldn't get the open field tackling. This time we see open field tackling, something they worked on, and they just reviewed it and overturned it. Now it's a first down for Georgia.
Yeah, we're hearing it as well. They went to the timeout. We thought it was going to be a turnaround and first down, but they are going to give it to this Georgia offense after taking a closer look here. It did look like Brock Bowers edged his way just enough going against Lathan Ransom. A huge boost now for this Georgia faithful, all the fans who have only made about an hour trip here from Athens to Atlanta for tonight's game. But this sets up Georgia 1st and 7, 12-10 to go here, and this is a big time for this Georgia offense to really step up here as Stetson Bennett and company come back out. Stetson is going to take it from the right hash. He's going to have Dejon Edwards lined up to the right of him. Receiver out to the left and one receiver to the right as well. 1st and 7. You're hearing the boos now come in as this Ohio State fans not happy with the call.
Ryan Day's questioning currently the officiating crew, trying to see what did they have enough to turn it over, as the call in the field was turnover on downs.
Here we go, right hash mark. Stetson Bennett in the gun, Edwards to the right hip. Motioning over right to left, McConkey. Bennett, pitch, Edwards going out right. Looking to get in, and he's just short about 4 yards on that time for this Georgia offense. Once again, sticking with it on the ground. A little pickup there that time for Edwards, but clock continues to go here, and it's not on their side for the Bulldogs. 2nd and 3 now.
I thought the officials missed an obvious hold call. Oscar Delp was holding Javante Jean-Baptiste to the ground, not allowing Baptiste to even get a shot at a tackle. But now 2nd and goal, ball on the 3-yard line.
Bennett looks to be going on the center. He's going to have Kendall Millen in the backfield. 2nd and 3 on the right hash. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. As well, he's got a fullback with him. Under center snap. Stetson Bennett still has it. He's going to dump it off. Intended for McConkey. He's unable to get it off that time. And it looks to be that was a fumble, but recovered. Great awareness from McConkey that time.
And that's huge, because if it's an incomplete pass, it's still 3rd and goal from the 3. But now you move the ball all the way back outside the 10. Kirby Smart literally fell to the ground after that drop by McConkey. He couldn't believe his eyes. And the Georgia fans don't understand just how this has all happened. Ball now on the 13. So you backed up 10 yards on that play. Huge stop for Ohio State.
From 2nd and 3 to 3rd and 13, left hash. Bennett, he's in the gun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to his left. Bennett, shotgun snap. He's looking out right, looking for McConkey. No good. Deflected by Ronnie Hickman just near the 1-yard line. And Georgia sending out their field goal unit now. 4th and 13, a big stop for Ohio State secondary that time. They've been having a great game. Another good stop, that one.
That was incredible pass breakup by Ronnie Hickman. Able to get in there, not allow anything. Wow.
Great job that time. Jack Podisi comes out to take the field goal. Lining up from the 13-yard line. This can be just near 28. So he's already missed 2 tonight. Up the way, and that one is good. Not what Georgia intended to after getting a 1st and 7, but they'll take the points. They now trail 11 as number 4 Ohio State leads 38-27 over the top-ranked Bulldogs. Matt, might not have gone exactly Georgia's way, and Ohio State coming up big once again. Their secondary, Ronnie Hickman, a great deflection near that end zone.
Ryan Day just had a major fist pump for his defense as they came off the field with 10:14 remain. Clock continues to tick. Ohio State up 11 to a 2-possession game. The defense right there. Again, we talk about how the defense struggled all year, especially in that Michigan game. And just like that, the defense has been the story of the second half. They've allowed only 3 points in this entire second half. Well, they allowed 24 in the first half. Talk about adjustments by Jim Knowles.
We'll take a quick break here before resuming coverage for both teams with a chance to go to the national championship. Keep with us, and we'll have all the action when we resume here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview.
Welcome back in on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Coming down a thrilling ending in this national semifinal game between the number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes and the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs. Welcome in, I'm Kole Emplit, my partner Matt Goldman, and Matt, back and forth action. Georgia strikes first here in the fourth quarter. Now it's back in the hands of C.J. Stroud and company. Their last time out, they had to settle for a field goal where we saw Marvin Harrison take a big shot. He's now out of this game and likely out the rest of the game. How does Ohio State keep up their momentum even without their star wide receiver on the field?
Yeah, Pete Thamel just tweeted a photo of him and Jackson Smith and Jigba next to each other on the bench. That's never a pretty sign for Buckeye fans. You just got to run the ball right now. They've been running it pretty well in the second half. Just continue to run clock as they're up 11 and a little over 10 minutes away from a spot in the national championship game. Who would have thought Ohio State 3.5 weeks ago would be playing right now, beating Georgia by 11, and now is going to possibly play TCU in the national championship. Not Michigan.
Not me.
No,
I didn't know. I didn't think so.
I don't think so either. I really didn't know what to think. I think a lot of people, the bettors, the last day the line moved down 1.5 in favor of Georgia still. However, a lot of people realize the Buckeyes are one of the best teams in the country, and they're proving that right now. And we're going to see next man up mentality with 2 tight ends on the field for Ohio State.
Georgia's kickoff. Xavier Johnson, fair caught in the end zone. Here comes Ohio State. Stroud, Xavier Johnson. It's going to be to the left of him. 2 receivers, and Abuka and Fleming to the left. Quick pitch out to Johnson, out to the left. Hands near the 25. He's going to battle up near the 29-yard line. Xavier Johnson with the quick pitch there. He's done a great job in this Ohio State backfield so far today. A 3-yard gain on that one.
Cole's Ezekiel Elliott says, feed me. Feed Xavier Johnson right now. Continue to clock it and waste some time for Ohio State. Xavier Johnson's been great in the backfield.
Ohio State looking to go quick. Stroud all alone in the backfield. He's going to fire this one, intended for Mitch Rossi. Defensive coverage, and a late flag comes in on that time. Mitch Rossi thought he got held up, and that's actually going to be Royer. Instead, Joe Royer, the tight end who came in for Kate Stover. And they are going to say there is no flag for pass interference. Even though we clearly saw one come from the back, they are going to say that ball was tipped. As we're seeing again, Stroud just gets the ball off, and Royer caught up that time with Samir Munden, but all of a sudden, 3rd and 7 now for Ohio State on their own 28-yard line.
Jalen Carter with the tip, his kind of only impactful play in the game. The defensive tackle, who was an All-American this year, really hasn't done much. Ohio State right now, they're in a weird spot with some players that you might have not thought would be on the field right now.
From the left hash mark on the 28, 3rd and 7, Rossi to the right of C.J. Stroud. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Stroud in the shotgun. He's looking out. He's going to take it on his legs, trying to fight for that first down. And it looks like they're going to mark him just short of that first down marker. And it looks to be exactly 1 yard short, as Stroud didn't see anything he liked, decided to go on his legs. And for the moment, offense staying out on the field here. And it seems now Ryan Day's talking to his guys, but C.J. Stroud is on the field right now as it holds 4th and 1 with 9:20 to go. And now it looks like that punting unit will come on as a smart play by Ryan Day here. No need to force anything as Jesse Mirko comes in for the punt.
No doubt, Cole. The safe bet right now.
Jesse Mirko looks to send this one away. And actually going to be a fake to Mitch Rossi. He's going to fight forward. And they are going to say that was a timeout for the Georgia Bulldogs. A mix of emotions around Mercedes-Benz Stadium right now. And initially they pointed for a timeout. We're a little confused on the call. It still stands as 4th and 1. Some people are arguing whether they let that play go or not, but I think it is going to be a Yep, they are going to give it to a Georgia timeout. So Ohio State's still going to have it 4th and 1 here. The fake almost worked with Mitch Rossi that time, but a quick timeout was much needed.
I don't want to sound like LeBron James or anything about telling the future, but I had a feeling Mitch Rossi usually doesn't come out on the punt play. So when he came out, he turned a little bit. And for Ohio State, that was just such a unique play for them in a ballsy play by Ryan Day. He's really gambling right now in opponent territory if they don't get it. But they used Mitch Rossi and Kirby Smart. He saw something was weird on that punt possible. So he calls the timeout. Smart job by Kirby Smart. And I now think Ohio State's actually going to punt the ball away.
I agree with you as well. A great game calls for a great crowd. We just saw now here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, 79,330 in attendance. That's not only a Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl record, but a Mercedes-Benz Stadium record as well. Who hosts professional teams, Atlanta Falcons and the Atlanta United in the MLS. Ohio State and Georgia have shattered that tonight, and we talked about all week. They added seats for this game. They knew it was going to be a high-impact contest, and, well, it's showing out so far here. Ohio State leads 38-27, 8:58 left. In this fourth quarter, they're going to punt it away as it holds right now when we come back. But we'll take a quick step aside. You've been listening on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio for this Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl matchup between number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes and the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs. If you're now just tuning in, the underdogs, Ohio State, looking to upset top-ranked Georgia as they lead 38-27, 8:58 remaining here in this fourth quarter. And also tuning in, Ohio State attempted a fake punt on their last time just before going to the break. A quick Georgia timeout prevented it, as now it seems Jesse Mirko back out for the punt, 4th and 1 here. And we'll see if this one is actually a punt away. Mirko in his hands, and he sends this one deep. That will be Kyrus Jackson back to receive. He's going to call for the fair catch, and the Bulldogs will set it from, it looks like to be their own 22-yard line. They're down 11 points here. Matt, what are you expecting to see out of this Georgia offense? Their last time out wasn't able to get a touchdown like they intended, but were able to get a field goal and march down the field.
Well, whatever Georgia does, whether that's a field goal or a touchdown, they need to do it quick. There's 8:51 left to go. They get a field goal, it's an 8-point game. They get a touchdown, it's a 3-point game. Somehow, some way, Ohio State, or excuse me, it could be a 4-point game, so that would make it still 2 possession, depending if it's a 2-point conversion. Right now, it's just trying to get slant plays. Expose Cam Brown if you're Georgia right now. He's been the weakest part of Ohio State.
From their own 24, Betson has McIntosh to the left of him on the left hash. He's going to give it up to McIntosh, play action fake. He's looking to send this one deep, wide open, and Georgia has struck back. Arian Smith goes 76 yards to the end zone. Just like that, Georgia trails 5-4 after the extra point. What a shot from this Georgia Bulldogs squad as they are right back in this one, Matt. And talk about it, Stetson Bennett making you kill through the air. Blown coverage from Lathan Ransom leads to a wide open Arian Smith streaking down the sideline. Here come the Bulldogs.
You're right, blown coverage exploited Lathan Ransom, Tanner McAllister as well. McAllister's not been great towards the end of the season for Ohio State. Arian Smith gets the air raid attack for Georgia. Now they're going to go for 2 to make this a 3-point game. Wow.
You're right. It's the right call to make it a one-possession game. Bennett is going to line up on the left hash mark. In the shotgun, he's got McIntosh to the right of him. They're going quick. Bennett rolling out right. Sends a strike, and he connects. Ladd McConkey, and Mercedes-Benz Stadium is loud. This the loudest we've heard out of this Georgia fans all game as their team now trails by a field goal. Ohio State got too comfortable with a 2-touchdown lead, and just like that, they lead by a field goal. And you asked for it, Matt. Georgia couldn't have done it any better, going 76 yards to the house. 2-point conversion is good, and we have a ball game. The ultimate chance to go to national championship. UGA ringing her outside right now, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Here we go.
And you know what, Cole? You know how long that drive took? 10 seconds. That's all it took to make this a 3-point game. And for Ohio State, they played so well in the second half on defense, and just like that, Georgia has more points in the second half than Ohio State does now due to a blown coverage. Tanner McAllister constantly has struggled in this Ohio State defense. This 4-2-5 has not been in his favor, and yet he transferred over with Jim Knowles, where that was his defense last year at Oklahoma State. So just a crazy turn of events now that makes Ohio State's case. You're going to have to pass the ball a little bit now if you want to get down the field and extend this lead, because running the ball and running the clock is not going to be the best idea.
They send this one away. Xavier Johnson waiting for it. He's going to let this one go, and you talked about it, Matt. Ohio State has to respond here. Got a little too conservative in the second half running the ball. We see Cameron Babb run out trying to encourage his teammates. We saw Patrick Murphy of 24/7 Bucknuts tweeted, Marvin Harrison Jr. is up. He's walking along the sideline. The question is, will he come back to the game? I'd like to not think so, but you never know what might happen for this Ohio State team.
I mean, this is crazy, this environment here. It's got to be around 70-80% in favor of the Bulldog fan base. 8:41 to go, Ohio State right now. They can't get too cute. They just got to pass the ball, try and find a Buka, get some slant and crossing routes going.
Stroud, receiver to the left. Dallin Hayden at his right hip. He motions a Buka from right to left. Stroud alone in the pocket, looking out right. He's going to connect with Julian Fleming, who's going to cut back across the middle, tackle near the 35-yard line, and a great start that time for the Buckeyes. Looks to be that they just gave him the first down. And Ohio State, just short that first down. 2nd and 1 for this Buckeye squad. And you can see they're going to try to let the clock drizzle just a little bit. They know they need to go down and score, but they're going to try to be a little careful here.
Totally. There's 25 seconds on the play clock. Stroud's got all the time in the world. Fleming's been real quiet in this second half. Stroud,
3 receivers, now coming in, Abuka and Mitch Rossi. Motioning out now, Julian Fleming from left to right. Hand off Dallin Hayden, he's going up the right. He's near the 40-yard line, open space and a right tackle just near the 43-yard line. A great take that time from Dallin Hayden. Talk about getting your run game going. The true freshman, once again, a big play that time.
However, Cole, Ohio State snapped the ball with 17 seconds on the play clock, and the clock continues to tick. Take it down to 4 to 5 seconds and then snap the ball. They have 27 seconds right now. They don't need to snap the ball for another 20 seconds and they'll be okay. I really hope Ryan Day and the clock management gets a little better. If they want to win this game, limit Georgia as much as you can.
Tight end Joe Royer checking into the game. Xavier Johnson to the right hip. CJ Stroud on the right hash on the 45-yard line. Motions. Emeka Abuka from left to right. Stroud now in the pocket. He's going to have to scramble by himself, and he's hit hard out of bounds. As a broken play that time for the Buckeyes, and Stroud trying to make the most of his efforts. on that one. He's hit strongly out of bounds. A 4-yard pickup that time from Ohio State, just near that 50-yard line.
And you know what? This has been CJ's best running game of the year. He continues to get his pocket development and awareness up and is able to get Ohio State just a few yards. But you know what? That continues to make the clock go.
Jaden Ballard checking in for Ohio State.
Ballard's been a big speedy guy for Ohio State. Maybe they'll use him on a slant play.
Stroud's got Royer and Ibuka to the left, Fleming and Ballard to the right. Ibuka and Ballard to the right. Johnson in the backfield, Stroud, shotgun snap. He's avoiding pressure. He's rolling out left. He's looking to take this one on his own. First down, CJ Stroud, and he's going to continue going. He didn't slide. He's going head first at this Georgia defense. A great job that time from their signal caller, picking up a big first down for Ohio State. And now they're into Georgia territory. They're going to mark him at the 34-yard line.
Are you kidding me, CJ Stroud? Using your legs? Have you been listening to Mel Kiper on ESPN talk about what's wrong?
And Ohio State once again trying to go quick, this time wrapped up and tackled by this Georgia interior. That was Xavier Johnson. He looks to gain about 2 yards here. Clock continuing to tick, but there's an injured Georgia player now down near the Ohio State sideline. We can't quite see who it is as he's being attended now by the medical staff. We're trying to get another look here, and that's going to be Michael Williams, a defensive end for the Bulldog squad. You never hate to see it this late in the game, but they're going to look after him now. Ohio State leading by a field goal, 2nd and 8, 6:05 to go. We're going to take a quick break here, but make sure you stay tuned for all the coverage as we come to a thrilling end of this fourth quarter on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs at $1 off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the Block O Show, presented by Barrio Tacos, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network.
Hi, this is Caleb Spinner.
And this is Tyler Danburg.
Together, we co-host the Ohio State of Mind, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's podcast covering all things Ohio State athletics. Join us Mondays and Fridays as we recap and preview every Ohio State sporting event from the past week.
We also talk to current and former Buckeye athletes in our interview series Behind the Buckeye. Follow the Ohio State of Mind on Twitter at State of Mind OSU for more information on the show.
We hope to see you there, but for now, that's the ad. We're out of here.
Hey, Buckeye fans, Zachary Rodier here, the podcast coordinator for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Here to tell you that if you want to listen to post-game coverage of your favorite Ohio State athletics, make sure you subscribe and listen to SGSR Recap, where post-game coverage of all the big games, including football, big hockey, basketball, and everything around, will be on SGSR Recap in case you missed post-game.
And folks, welcome back in on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. 6:05 left to play with a chance to go to the national title game. Ohio State, Georgia, duking it out, trying to get to that ultimate prize and face what is now going to be the Big 12 representative, TCU, in that national championship. If you're just tuning in, Ohio State leads 38-35 over the Bulldogs. As we mentioned, 6:05 to go here. Ohio State's driving. They're on the opposing 32-yard line, 2nd and 8 here. Multiple injuries have been affecting this Ohio State offense, but doing a great job so far on this drive, moving the ball down the field, Matt.
Ohio State continues to move it well. As you just said, CJ Stroud's been a big part of this drive for Ohio State. Can they continue it now with Dallin Hayden in the backfield?
2nd and 8. Hayden now moving. He's going to line up to the right of CJ Stroud. Mitch Rossi motions from left to right. CJ Stroud with the ball. He's looking out right. He's going to connect with Xavier Johnson. He's going to be wrapped up, tackled as Ohio State's unable to convert that time. Clock, however, continues to tick here as the Buckeyes will have it 3rd and 8 on the opposing 32-yard line. They need a big play here as they can't really afford to settle for a field goal. They know that they need to score points as this Georgia offense can move the ball effectively down the field.
Clock continues to tick, under 5:30 to go. 3rd and 8, I think, for Ohio State right now. It's just trying to get a couple of yards, try and make it more comfortable for possibly Noah Ruggles.
3rd and 8. Dallin Hayden to the left of Stroud. Shotgun snap. Stroud across the middle. He connects that time with Emeka Egbuka. Much needed for this Ohio State squad. First down. That's what they needed. Exactly. Getting the ball into C.J. Stroud, letting him make plays through the air. Emeka Egbuka has been great all day long. Over 105 yards now through the air.
The slant route, so simple yet so effective. Chris Smith cannot get him in time as C.J. Stroud throws a dot to Egbuka for the first down.
And we see it now, Ohio State in clock management. 15 seconds to go on the play clock. 4:40 to go here in regulation. Stroud going under center. Mitch Rossi, the fullback, and he's going to have Dallin Hayden in the backfield. 5 seconds now on the play clock. They're going to have to go quick. And it looks like Ohio State is going to use their first timeout here of this second half. They were unable to really get their guys in the right spot. That's not a bad timeout for Ryan Day and company. They didn't see what they liked. They still have 4:26 to go here with the field goal lead. They're going to have it 1st and 10 on their own the opposing 23-yard line.
Yeah, Cole, it's fine timeout by Ryan Day. He's got 2 more to spare as well with 4:26. But at the same time, the communication's got to come a little better for Ohio State. You got to get those plays off. You got to continue to turn the clock. You can't give Georgia any more stops than they already have. Georgia's only got 2 timeouts in this second half. For Ohio State, going back to that slant play that Emeka Egbuka was able to run on the left side of the field. So effective, so crisp. You see Egbuka, when he gets up the line of scrimmage, he just directly goes to his right side. He's so good with his footwork. Chris Smith, the strong safety, gets caught up. Chris Smith, he was an All-American this year. He has not really had an impact on this game. And you see this time, slips up and allows Ohio State to get a first down with 4:26 to go.
1st and 10, opposing 23-yard line, 4:26 to go here in the 4th. C.J. Stroud, receiver to the left, 3 to the right, Mitch Rossi going to join in on the line as Stroud's going to have Dallin Hayden to his left hip. Going across the middle, Julian Fleming. Hand off to Allen Hayden's going to be a QB keep by C.J. Stroud. He's trying to fight. He's going to get pushed out near the sideline before picking up a good amount on that time, nearing the first down marker, but he's going to be a little bit short of that as he got pushed hard out of bounds that time. They're going to officially mark him 5 yards there. It's still okay as he got pushed out of bounds. The clock will continue to tick here. Looks like Stroud kind of took out some media personnel on the sideline there.
I think he trucked one of the security members who's working the crane operation for ESPN. Stroud able to help up the nice lady. Hopefully she's okay, but again, we're seeing Stroud dance in the pocket and uses it this time on the left side of the field to elevate and get Ohio State 5 more yards.
2nd and 5, 15 seconds and ticking on this play clock. Stroud on the left hash, marked up. He's got Dallin Hayden to the right of him. He's going to motion Egbuka from right to left. Back Egbuka goes. Play action. C.J. Stroud. He's going to take a sack that time. A big play from this Georgia defensive line. That time, that was Dermosh Johnson getting to the quarterback, C.J. Stroud that time. The Buckeyes could not afford to take a pick there, so Stroud decided to take the sack. This now leaves them 3rd and long here, and clock no longer now on Ohio State's side as they have to play a little careful here. 3rd and 17.
I was fully convinced Dallin Hayden had the ball. If Ohio State just handed it off to Hayden, didn't get too cute, would have been a way different ball game.
10 seconds on the play clock. Stroud's going to have Mitch Rossi lined up to the next of him. 3 minutes to go, 5 seconds on the play clock. From the left hash mark, C.J. Stroud all alone in the pocket. He's looking across the middle. He's going to try to find Joe Royer near the left sideline. Intended, no good. That one skies out of bounds. Now Ohio State will have to bring on Noah Ruggles in their special teams unit. Broken play that time for Ohio State. Too many guys coming in that time. but Ohio State's going to have it lined up from the 30-yard line. This looks to be about a 46, 47-yarder for Noah Ruggles with 2:49 to go here.
And this 47-yarder would tie his long of the season for Ruggles, so this is a big kick right now.
Mitch Rossi, the holder. The snap. The kick is underway. Right down the middle. That one is good. Noah Ruggles. A big field goal for Ohio State, moving the possession beyond just a field goal. Georgia's got to go down now, and they're going to have to score here, Matt. Not what Ohio State wanted, but once again, they're going to have to force Georgia to go the full length of the field here. 2:43 to go and 2 timeouts. The Bulldogs have the time. It's can they get that offensive mojo going once again? We saw their last time out.
Whew. That kick by Noah Ruggles right down Broadway, but got a little low at the end, so I thought possibly going to be short. But nonetheless, Ohio State goes up 6. Georgia gets a touchdown. They win the game with 2:43 to go, or they have the lead, excuse me. But for Ohio State right now, where you need to limit Georgia is the big play opportunities. You cannot let anything past the first down mark. Make them run and make them try and earn it. I don't know if Tanner McAllister should come out on this drive for Ohio State. He struggled all day. I don't know if he's the guy for Ohio State. Right now, Jaden Fielding got to kick in the end zone, make Harris Jackson call for the touchback, set up at the 25, and Ohio State's defense will come out.
You said it, Jaden Fielding sets, and he's going to kick this one away. And that's actually going to be fielded out by Johnson. He's going to try to make something of his own, and he's got some space. He's going to battle near the 27-yard line. Great job there that time, and a great pickup, by Jackson as it was. They're going to get to around the 27-yard line. 2 additional yards there, but here comes Stetson Bennett, a Heisman finalist and a national champion last year. He knows how to get it done when the time matters. His squad leads by just a touchdown. 2:36 to go, 2 timeouts for this Bulldog squad. Here comes Georgia.
Cole, I think this entire stadium and a lot of people around the world are a little nervous right now. This has been a great day of college football, and we're about to have a great last couple minutes.
Bennett from the right hash mark. He's going to have McIntosh to the left of him. 1 receiver to the right, 2 receivers out to the left. Stetson Bennett, snap, near the right hash. He's in the pocket. He's going to send this one over. He's going to connect with McIntosh across the middle. Just a gain of a couple that time, and looks to be just a little short at the line, but he is going to pick up 2. Clock continuing to tick here in Atlanta.
Great job, Tommy Eichenberg, spying on R.J. McIntosh, finding him, and the clock continues.
2nd and 8. McIntosh lined up to the right of Stetson Bennett on the right hash mark. In the hands of Bennett now. He's looking around. And he's going to find his intended target, his versatile tight end, Brock Bowers, just at that Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl logo. He's going to be tackled at the 45-yard line, and plenty of time now, 2 minutes, and the Georgia offense going quick. Bennett in the hands. Flag comes out as Bennett's going to have a free shot. He sends this one all the way downfield to Ladd McConkey. No good. Pass breakup that time from Ohio State's Cameron Brown, but this one looks like going to be coming back just a little bit here, so you can hear the boos.
Illegal substitution for Ohio State. They didn't get, looks like I think it was Mike Hall or Tyleek Williams who didn't get off in time.
And they're going to call an offsides on Ohio State. Regardless, it's going to be 2nd down and 5 now for this Georgia offense, and plenty of time to do it. 1:49. They still have 2 timeouts. And it's actually going to be 1st and 5. They're going to give it to them. And Ohio State reeling now on this defensive side here as Stetson Bennett and company come back out on the field.
Ball's right midfield right now for Ohio State. They've been letting up some big plays. They got to keep it tight now with the chains.
Stetson Bennett's going to have McIntosh to the right hip. 2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. 1st and 5. Bennett clapping his hands. He's got the ball. He's looking deep, and he's going to connect again. He's had a big game. Harris Jackson coming up big for Georgia. They're in deep in the enemy territory now, 1:42, and this is where the clock management comes in for this Georgia offense. Do they want to go quick and score, or they want to let a little bit of time go here? Bennett They decide to go quick. He's looking out left. Now he's going to connect with McIntosh across the middle. Tackled by both Eichenberg and Chambers. Clock continuing to move here. 2nd and 5 on the Ohio State 10-yard line. Georgia is very intent of letting the clock run down and keeping it in firm control here of his offense, not letting Ohio State get back onto the field.
This is just insane right now with what's happening. Ohio State allowing another big play to Jackson. I said they couldn't let up big plays, and they let up a 35-yard catch.
2nd and 5. Now a minute on the game clock. Stetson Bennett on the left hash mark. He's looking across the middle. Now he's looking out left. Deep back in the end zone. Touchdown! Caught! Adonai Mitchell! A big touchdown which ties the game for the Georgia Bulldogs. Mercedes-Benz Stadium is erupting right now. The Georgia faithful has saw their team come back from a 14-point deficit to tie the ball game and now has the chance to take the lead. Wow! The Ohio State fans have to be stunned. Stetson Bennett looking out left and just not the greatest coverage that time by Denzel Burke. As that Georgia's able to tie it here, pending this extra point, as they have the chance to take the lead against the Ohio State Buckeyes. Stetson Bennett set to hold. The kick is up, on the way, and as you can hear from the crowd, it is good. Crunch time for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Here we go. 42-41. The number 1 Georgia Bulldogs, the favorite, now take the lead. 54 seconds to go. Ohio State's offense, who's only generated 3 points here in the 4th quarter, has the chance to go down and win this game. All they need is a field goal as they only trail 1. However, we talked about it, they're missing some key offensive pieces. Cade Stover, who only had 1 reception in this game, he ended up at the hospital right now after a quick little hit. He was sidelined. Marvin Harrison Jr., one of the best receivers in the country, took a big hit and he was out. Now Stroud and company will retake the field pending this Georgia kickoff, where they have 54 seconds and a dream, a chance to go to the national title game. Matt, it all comes down to this. This is all you have left to play for. 54 seconds for your season. Here we go.
It doesn't get much better than this, but you see on the sideline, Marvin Harrison Jr., the best wide receiver in the nation, is sitting all alone. No helmet, a towel over his head. Looks like he's done for the day. So Ohio State's going to rely on the next man up mentality.
Kickoff underway. This was going to sail right, nearing, and it's going to be in the back of the end zone. Here comes C.J. Stroud. 4 touchdowns through the air today. As the Georgia faithful getting loud. We talked about it. More than ever, Stroud and company need to provide a big spark. Cameron Babb, the block over Sempian for this Ohio State squad, trying to pump up his teammates. As you're sure, in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which is basically a home game for these Bulldogs, the crowd is going to let Ohio State hear it. Down 1 point. 54 seconds, 2 timeouts. Ohio State has the ball on their own 25-yard line. Johnson to the left, Abuka, Fleming to the right. Stroud's going to have Mitch Rossi to the right of him in the backfield. Subbing in as well, Joe Royer, and he's going to join the offensive line near the left. This place is loud. 14 seconds to go on the play clock. Ohio State getting some guys moving around. Abuka goes to the left, Fleming now on the right. Royer joins Abuka on the right side. Stroud now, he's going to have to manage. He's going to move on his feet. He's trying to make a play happen. He's going to get a couple here, but Ohio State's going to have to force you to timeout unless they want to go quickly here.
Georgia's got a guy down on the ground right now.
Clock is still ticking here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium as the referees are trying to stop it, which now goes to 39 seconds. It'll be interesting to see if they put a couple more seconds back on the clock here. So Ohio State wasn't able to get a playoff. You talked about an injured Georgia Bulldog on the ground after C.J. Stroud picked up 5 yards there that time. They did say they are going to reset it 43 seconds, 4 more for this Ohio State offense as they're not working from their own 30-yard line.
This is just unbelievable with what's happening right now. Now all of a sudden Georgia's defense downfield in the secondary able to be so good against Ohio State, not allowing Stroud to find anybody. Right now, Georgia Bulldog down the ground, still looking to see what's going on with that. But the crowd here in the hostile environment is just crazy.
And meanwhile, you hear UGA ringing outside Mercedes-Benz.
That was Robert Beal Jr., the outside linebacker for Georgia. Looks like he hurt his hamstring on that last play. He gets up on his own power and walks off to the sideline. But right now, Ohio State, they got to get to that sweet spot where they had that last Noah Ruggles field goal if they want to try and win this game and get to the national championship right before the new year rings in.
2nd and 5 on their own 30-yard line. This place is loud. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for C.J. Stroud. He's going to have Mitch Rossi to the right of him at his hip from the right hash. Shotgun snap. Stroud with the ball. He's looking out left. He's going to find, that's Julian Fleming near the 45-yard line, and he gets out of bounds. A great play that time from Ohio State, making sure they don't have to use any timeouts there, as we're seeing another injured Georgia Bulldog down on the turf, as it will stop the clock as well for the momentarily. Looking to see who that is. Can't quite tell yet, as he's starting to get surrounded by the medical staff. But for Ohio State, doing a great job once again, picking up a nice first down on the 42-yard line. And you said it, they only have to get Noah Ruggles in his sweet spot. They only need 3 points here. Plenty of time and 2 timeouts to do it, Matt.
So if Ohio State can get to the 30-yard line of Georgia's territory, that's where Noah Ruggles' sweet spot can kick in right now for Ohio State. And guess what, Cole? That play only took 4 seconds off the clock. 39 seconds, still 2 timeouts. I mean, you can't ask for a better game as 2023 approaches with 7 minutes to go.
And Michael Williams, it is the injured Georgia Bulldog, their defensive line, who now back up on his feet. He's walking off his own accord with a little bit of limp here. Very encouraging to see. No, you don't want any players injured here coming down on these final moments for both teams, with the ultimate goal of making the national title game. Georgia's defense coming back out on the field. Ohio State's offense still in the huddle here. So we have 39 seconds on the 42-yard line. Here comes the Buckeyes. C.J. Stroud is going to sorry, Matthew.
No, it's all good. Let's see what Ohio State can draw up here. They had the comeback route last time. Can they do something similar or maybe an out route?
Fleming to the left, Abuka and Xavier Johnson to the right. Joe Warrior joins the offensive line as Mitch Rossi is at Stroud's hip. Stroud with the ball. Backing up, he's in the pocket. He's looking to try to send this one deep. He's going to go on the field. He has open grass. C.J. Stroud, open grass. He's still moving past the 25, and he's going to be tackled near that 30-yard line. A great pickup from C.J. Stroud. 28 seconds, and it looks like Ohio State is going to use that first timeout of the 2 that they had remaining. Excuse me, they're not. They're going to keep going. 24 seconds now, and they are going to call timeout. They let 4 seconds run off before calling that timeout. Should have called it immediately if you wanted, but regardless, Ohio State has it on the opposing 31-yard line after a big pickup from C.J. Stroud, scrambling up through the middle. He picked up 27 yards here, as you can hear the relief from this Ohio State crowd. But now Buckeyes in a dangerous spot here. 24 seconds, only 1 timeout to go here. Excuse me, they might have 2, but I was thinking they had 1 timeout. We could be corrected on that, but plenty of time here to make a play, and also plenty of time to set up Noah Ruggles for the field goal.
So 2 things. They're right in the sweet spot for Noah Ruggles now. He was just close to getting it over last time, and that was a 47-yard field goal. Right now, this would be a 48-yard field goal if Ohio State just have to kick from this position. But Ohio State, you get 10 more yards, you get 8 more yards. You give a bigger cushion to Noah Ruggles, who kicks right now into the net to practice. The clock management for Ohio State was a little iffy about Ohio State, but right now, they get a couple more yards. They give a cushion for Ryan Day in this offense and Noah Ruggles.
And we're seeing Dallin Hayden coming out in the field. You have to imagine it's going to be a designed run for him. As you said, try to get it right into the middle, get some more yards to set up for Noah Ruggles. Handoff, Dallin Hayden to the left. He's going to be just maybe a yard, but not enough here. Clock still ticking, and now going to be called out. So Ohio State did have 2 timeouts, going to call their second one at the 17-second mark, as it looks like it's actually going to be a loss of a yard by Dallin Hayden on that time. So here's the interesting part for Ohio State. 19 seconds. If Ohio State wants to get another stop, they have to get out of the bounds, but they're going to have to pick up a first down and maybe spike the ball here, because that last timeout only can be resorted, and they should be only resorted, for setting up Noah Ruggles for his field goal if they need it. 2nd and 11. Matt, what do you feel Ryan Day in this offense really draws up here? They're on the left hash mark.
First off, I didn't like that play call at all. Why are we running up the middle right now when Ohio State has the opportunity? You get a little out route to Julian Fleming or somebody else that's been able to get so close to the out of bounds and just add a couple more yards of cushion. Instead, they run it where running's not been their strongest part of their game today. I really think the play call by Ryan Day was a gamble and not a good one.
And Hayden not in this time, so you don't imagine it's a designated run as Mitch Rossi's back in now. C.J. Stroud, 2nd and 11 from their own, the opposing 32-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Stroud and Rossi on the left hash mark. Snap. Stroud looking to fire this one out quick into the hands of Xavier Johnson. An incomplete pass. 3rd and 11 on the opposing 32-yard line. I can't imagine Ohio State's going to try to take a shot here. They have to get a couple of yards, try to help out their kicker, Noah Ruggles, and try to help him get the best opportunity possible to make this game-winning field goal here. Whew.
I mean, you can't ask for a better moment for Ohio State.
Time is ticking. Stroud, shotgun pass. He's trying to go quick. He has to avoid a sack. He's going to have to throw this one away. Stroud was being hunted down, and he's forced to throw it away. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The last play of the game for Ohio State. Here comes Noah Ruggles attempting about a 48-yard field goal. Noah Ruggles, as Tyler Danburg pointed out to me last year, his game winner in the Rose Bowl was 19 yards. All of Ohio is watching Noah Ruggles from the left hash mark. 47-yarder, and Kirby Smart is going to elect for the timeout. He's going to try to ice Ruggles. Whew! You talk about a dramatic ending with a chance to go on to the national championship, and what a way this would be to really go for Ohio State, a field goal, the 4 seed. Talk about a comeback story. Meanwhile, on the other side, the #1 Georgia Bulldogs have outscored Ohio State 18-3 here in this 4th quarter. They fought tooth and nail for this outcome with the victory. It's anyone's game, and it all comes down to Noah Ruggles.
And the clock's about to hit midnight for 2023. Can you ask for a better start for the New Year partner?
Here we go, folks.
A 49-yard attempt for Ruggles.
49-yarder, officially. Noah Ruggles from the left hash mark. It all comes down to this. In Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the place is loud. Noah Ruggles. Jesse Mirko to hold. The kick is up. It's away, and it is far left. That ball was not even close, as Noah Ruggles' kick sails far left. And that's all at the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl as the #1 Georgia Bulldogs escape with the victory. And that is the start that the Bulldogs won for this new year. They're heading to a national title game, and on the opposite side, starting the new year on the worst possible note possible, Noah Ruggles from 49 yards, far left. That one didn't even have a chance, Matt. No shot for Ohio State. Georgia, all they have to do is Stetson Bennett and company have to take a knee. And the Georgia Bulldogs will be heading to the national championship to take on TCU. A dramatic ending in this one. 42-41 will be the conclusion in favor of the #1 Georgia Bulldogs, where they trailed 14. They've earned this victory coming all the way back. Key injuries to Ohio State limited them on the offensive end, but Georgia, big play after big play, outscoring Ohio State 18-3 here in the 4th quarter. They've been able to earn their victory, and for the 2nd straight year, as this Georgia offense in the huddle, coming out now to the offensive line, joined is Stetson Bennett. And for the 2nd straight year, as Stetson Bennett goes under center, takes the knee, the Georgia Bulldogs are heading back to the national title game. All the sounds you can hear echoing and around Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Happiness for the Georgia Bulldogs in their home state. And on the opposite end, what could have been for this number 4 Ohio State Buckeyes team. It came down to a game-winning field goal, unable to convert. And Georgia is going to have a chance once again competing in the national championship, a chance to go back-to-back and a chance for quarterback Stetson Bennett, the Heisman finalist, to pick up his second straight national championship.
I mean, that was just an unreal ending. I kind of speechless right now with what just happened. Ohio State, they played their butts off all year, and they got their opportunity. They were rebirthed into the college football playoff. This was arguably the best weekend of college football playoff they've ever had in the 9 years it's been around. And it's just an unfortunate way. Noah Ruggles not able to capitalize. He wasn't even close. It's not like it was short or a little bit to the left or right. Completely shanked, and you got to feel for Ohio State, especially C.J. Stroud, who played his butt off today. C.J. Stroud ran it so well, and it results in Ohio State not winning the game.
And Matt, I'm sure we'll see just here coming on in the summer and near the end of what will be 2023, C.J. Stroud will definitely be playing on Sundays. A top 5 consensus pick. Could he be the number 1 potentially? He played his butt off. You said it well. 348 yards through the air and 4 touchdowns for Mr. Stroud. He did it all for this Ohio State offense, but in the end, it was the Georgia Bulldogs who came out on top. The Bulldogs, who trailed 2 possessions, 14 points going into this 4th quarter. They were able to get it clicking. So Ohio State opened up with a field goal. Georgia able to score 18 points here, which sealed Ohio State's fate. A 76-yard touchdown pass to Arian Smith kicked off the start for the Bulldogs here in the 4th quarter. And they never looked back, as Ohio State has nearly cleared out from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're heading back to the locker rooms, and in contrast, nothing but celebrations as the trophy ceremony set to start here in a little bit in Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the number 1 and the Chick-Fil-A Peach Bowl champions, the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll make sure to catch you up on all the action if you miss it here in Atlanta. But from everyone here at Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, Caleb Spinner, Tyler Danburg, Matt Goldman, and myself, we wish you a happy new year, and we thank you for tuning in to SGSR's coverage of the Ohio State football team all year long.
Barrio Tacos is now open right in the heart of the Ohio State campus at 15th and High. Serving tacos and margaritas late night each night, Barrio has an incredible happy hour with half-off margs and $1-off tacos weekdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget, Barrio accepts Buck ID and is offering to-go and DoorDash. You can also catch Barrio Tacos inside the shoe during game days at Section 10A and at their taco truck Mondays to Fridays, parked right outside the RPAC.
Tune into the Block O Show presented by Barrio Tacos for an inside look at the 2022-23 Ohio State football season. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio team of football broadcasters previews each week of the Buckeyes football season, featuring opposing reporters from student journalists across the country. Listen to the